Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, October the 24th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys. Thank you, William. You guys can hear me. See my screen, and somebody in YouTube, if you can do the same for me, that'd be appreciated. Just let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. Anybody who's in YouTube right now. All right, guys. Well, lots of, man, my gap ups have gone crazy. Not too many gap downs. So this INBX, positive results on a cancer study. This has been all over well, I saw this get up to 58 and then right back down to 50. It's been, that's why I'm just looking here. The float is only 11.5 million. So that is why this one can be very, very volatile. Up 92%. INBX we are talking about, rising on positive trial data for cancer treatment. I think I've seen this one before. So that is INBX. Also, it is shortable for me, 850,000 shares. So if it starts to, give up a little bit, I'm going to be looking at this as a potential short. WGRX, this is, under $1. Right now, it's under $1. This is on a blockchain partnership, or bio or drug, well, whatever. I don't even know what they do. Drugs and druggists, sundries, merchant wholesalers, holding company centered around pharmaceuticals and healthcare services. But we want to get into crypto. QLGN, another crypto play. Okay, when I say crypto, jumps on announcing $30 million crypto treasury partnership with BitGo. Okay, so another bio that wants to get into crypto. Anybody in YouTube, guys? Anybody in YouTube? If not, I'll just shut it down. Thank you, Pepe. William, I don't have any information on this one. I didn't see any news on this one, why it's down, but it's another one of these. Well, okay, it's not really, well, it's electromagnetic. Okay, it's more of a device, I guess. Such a bio, but medical technology company which manufactures and sells the only US FDA and Health Canada, etc. But it is down in a huge way, down 68%. I'm wondering what else they do. But it's not exactly a drug or a drug company or a bio. So, but I cannot see any reason for this drop. PMI, I cannot find anything in my headlines. Got to be a reason, obviously, but I cannot find anything in my headlines why this PMI has dropped like this. And William, what about Hour? I love how people, when I mentioned a stock a year ago and they say, hey, Barry, anyway, NEUP, look at this. And why? Well, I guess it's a fund. I don't know. Well, Lynx Capital, but I think I saw some other fund. Weston, this is it. Weston, unless this is a guy's name, Weston Nichols. Maybe he lives in. Anyway, Weston Nichols reported purchase of 639,000 shares at $5.14. That was reported last night in a Form 4 filing on Thursday. So this is the one that got hammered down. But William said that they do have other things on the go. I understand, Harry, but why did it have the big drop? PMI, can't see any news on it. So there's NEUP, and there is the 200-day moving average around 738. So it still has a little bit of run in it if it wants to. Boy, this MSAI is just getting hammered. Are they doing a financing? They are doing a financing, yeah, $14 million private placement. So they're doing a financing, just getting hammered. This stock, hopefully nobody held this overnight. 140 was actually closed well too, 135. Got up to 140, closed at 135. So a nice close. Hopefully nobody held this. And the nukes are going wild. There's OKLO, but if you want to trade, if you think they're going to keep moving, I checked SMR. They're all going. NNE, SMR, of course, OKLO. If you want to trade it, but you want to trade the ETF, here it is, OKLL. So if you think it's going to keep moving, cheaper than buying OKLO, you'll get 2 times the move. But remember, if OKLO starts moving down, this will move down twice as fast. Yeah, there are a bunch of numbers that came out, I guess, right? The inflation numbers at 8:30. So I wasn't sure if these numbers would still be available with your government shutdown. And then the CPI, yeah, the CPI at 8:30 also, yeah, I'm seeing that. Now, in theory, there are a lot. Now, I don't know if your government shutdown has anything to do with the Michigan consumer sentiment numbers and all. There's a ton of them at 10 o'clock. All those Michigan numbers coming out, sentiment, 5-year inflation, expectations, current conditions, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't. They're probably not affected by the government shutdown. No, I figured as much, Spanky, but just not. Just wanted to make 100% sure about that. So there are a bunch of numbers coming up at 10 o'clock from the Michigan. I just call them Michigan sentiment numbers. That used to be the only number, but now there are a whole bunch of them. So MOFG. This is yeah, it's an earnings play, guys. Not a lot of volume yet. Only 23,000 shares, so not a lot of volume. It's an earnings play. Release earnings after hours. Got up to $42, 42.26. Still up 34%, but again, not a lot of volume. I mean, obviously, I think the volume will pick up once the market. Once 9:30 happens. You guys were talking about 24-hour trading. Yeah, I don't. I mean, William's right. Most of the brokers that I know now allow almost 24-hour trading. Anyway, maybe not every single security, but I know IB is just about maybe not on the weekends. But by the time that actually happens, I'll be long gone. Deck, guys, is an earnings play. Deck is an earnings play. DECK. So Deck is an earnings play. Moving down on earnings. DECK. This one I'm just hearing right now in my ear. VTYX is on the move, guys. Only at 5.9%. Big day yesterday. Got up to 781. Close at the low of the day, but it had a big pop, of course. Yeah, this ADVM you were talking about. Yeah, Lilly is taking them over, buying them. I don't see them anymore on here. Lilly agrees to acquire ADVM for up to 12.47 a share. Well, I see what you mean. Kind of a weird buyout. So they're going to acquire all the per share at 356. Yeah, it's a strange kind of a strange one, isn't it? Yeah. Morning Shaw in our YouTube room. This buy on the NEUP, we bought it. I'm sure you must have bought it less than this price. So the pre-market high was 695 or so. Now I did not know that. That is a really low float. 2.35 million in the float. I thought it was be huh, 25 million are traded already. Wow. Yeah, I guess we should have had more faith, right, William? Just take a little position and hold on. Well, maybe you did. I didn't. Bah. BAH. BAH is also an earnings play. Booz Allen. Booz Allen is an earnings play and moving down on earnings, down 11%. Big float too, 125 million. That's a big move. So that's sort of a float. The company announced earnings and probably guidance. But it's 2026 guidance. Cut it. What's their EPS? Okay, guys, let's see what else. The fixes is in FIX. Speaking of the fix, there's stuff happening in the NBA. Comfort Systems, fixed, expensive stock. Not a lot of volume. An earnings play. Had earnings after hours yesterday. Big move. Not a lot of volume right now. Way expensive, but so I mean, I don't know if it's optionable or I haven't seen this one for a while. Remember Zooz, guys? ZOOZ. We've into this. Don't really remember this day. I remember the week. This week quite a while ago. Maybe that's the same day. Other week we had a big spike in this one. Israeli company. Let's see what do they do? Howard. Kinetic energy storage technology. Okay, battery free. Oh, okay. Battery free power booster that enables ultra fast EV charging. All right, guys, let's see. RCAT was just showing up also. My other scan. Lots of stocks moving higher. Market's in for a nice. Now, I had a bit of a drop, I guess, with the CPI number. Yeah. Well, actually, it popped on the CPI number because that's 830. That's the 830 bar. So it did pop, and then it started to fade just a little. Okay, and so there's the SPY. See, Q. Oh, this one, this QU. Okay, this is again not a lot of volume still, but this is if you think that the quants are well, these are the quants, not the nukes. Okay, not the so this is the pure quantum ETF. A lot of it isn't it like a lot of these mergers or collaborations we see, William? You know, you see a company saying, "Okay, we'll give you 10 million upfront, and if the drug works, you could get royalties up to 1 billion later on." We see a lot of those. All right, let me take a look at. I want to take a look at the oil or the energy sector ETF, see where it is with respect. So moving. Okay, so broke through the 200-day moving average a couple of days ago, finished above it, and so starting to move away. So above the 200-day moving average now. Probably don't have to look at healthcare, but I will. XLV, yeah, moving away. So I think consumer staples, which was getting closer and closer, was the only, yeah, still below. I think it's probably the only sector that is below the 200-day moving average. So this is not a call it a major sector, but I mean, it's regional bank ETF. It, remember the sky was that was it. All the banks were failing, and now a little bit above the 200-day moving average. And let me take a look at financials because financials was creeping down also. Yeah, financials was creeping down. There's that 200-day moving average. The green line on my daily chart was creeping down towards it, but has had a recovery. So only, I think it's only Staples. You know what? I haven't gone through them for a while. Let's just take a look. I'm sure they're all going to be way above with the market being at an all-time high, basically, or the SPY anyway. There's consumer discretionary. At least you can see it. You can see the 200-day. Materials. Well, actually, materials is yeah. Actually, materials had a couple of days. I don't think it closed below. Did not. Well, one day it did. Yeah, this day. Actually, materials is relatively close to the. You mean seeing me live, Shaw? Never going to happen. Never going to happen. Sorry. I think I know what you're talking about. It's not going to happen. Talking about a little corner of the screen, watching me. No, not going to happen. Sorry. Let's see now. So there's XLB. There's XLK way back. So I don't think I really have to go the rest of them. It was interesting though. Materials is kind of close. Okay, guys. Wow, look at the inbox here now. I call it inbox. INBX. Boy, this is a lot of range right now. Spread isn't terrible. I mean, it's for this stock that is very volatile right now. Well, 49.50, 49.50. I'm talking about right now, 49.04, 49.41. I mean, for a stock that is really racing around, that's not terrible. The cancer, positive trial data for cancer. Okay, what phase was this? If it's going to tell me what phase? Don't see. Anybody dive into this a little more than I have right now? I can't see what phase it is, what stage it is. Yeah, it's the same press release. So I don't know what phase it is or stage it is. Yeah, Intel at earnings, I guess well, it's up. Well, it's up 6%. That's somebody said it didn't have a big move. That's a big move. Remember, it's got 4.2 billion. It's fading, but still up 6%. That's a big move with 4.2 billion in the float, in my opinion, anyway. Drug failure, JTB, drug failure for NEUP. Guess what's not dead, guys? Still not quite dead is Beyond Meat. BYND, so probably a trading vehicle. I'm going to put a price alert. The high of the day yesterday, 374, and see if it takes it out later on. Boy, look at the INBX. This is really starting to fade now. The low in the pre-market looks like around 42. Nice, Cassandra. Very nice on the NEUP. Even getting a little bit close to the 200-day moving average. You still have room though, 740 or so. All right, guys, what time is it? 9:22. So what I'm going to do now is get my 9:30 layout up and running. So first thing I do is always save my layout, even though I don't think I've made any changes to it. Doesn't hurt to always save your layout. Thank you, William. Okay. Okay, thank you, JTB. So phase two trial. Okay, well, it's mid stage. So we're talking about that. So it's a phase two, stage two, phase two study that caused the INBX to pop. Give me a moment here. And all right, so these now, what you're seeing here, these are the top six. The pre-market act is up screen that I had before. That was the top 15. These are the top six now. So the GNTA is, I mean, it's still up 234%. Really? So Genenta extends the collaboration with Anemocyte to boost its off-the-shelf genetic therapy production. So that was the reason. It's fading quite a bit. Not shortable for me. That's right. I looked earlier. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, GNTA, but it's still at what, 34%? Great big volume too. But right now, I mean, the only way I can play this is a potential bounce play. Not cannot short it. Boy, nice on the NEUP. Volume coming in also. A lot of volume coming in. Okay, so this is the same group, I guess. I had it as Weston something or other, but Lynx One Cap. management buys 639,000 shares at $5.14. And the news of that was released yesterday. Western Union, boy, cheap now. Western Union is an earnings play, guys. WU, remember when this was obviously a lot more expensive. Western Union, I just don't see, I mean, their business, I know what their business model was decades ago, but so easy to transfer money these days. So I don't know. Ford, okay. So remember GM had the big move when they had earnings. Ford, not so much. It's up 3%. One moment, please. Hey, okay, guys. Alaska Air Group. This is an earnings play also. It has down a little bit. Pretty big float, 122 million. That's what I mean, Grumpy. I mean, now you can transfer money so easily. Pretty big fade on the INDXO. I mean, this got up to just about $58. So it's dropped $10 from the high in the pre-market. And that's the INDX. See if it's coming into any kind of a support area. Boy, it's below the VWAP now. Below the VWAP. There's a nice little sell flag there at around $53. Well, Shady, sorry, Shady, Grumpy, when you're the only game in town, just about, you can charge what you want, I guess, regarding the fees Western Union used to charge. Yeah, so I mean, this is underneath the VWAP right now, INBX. I'm not cheering for this to go down, but it's really fading pretty poorly. I mean, this got up to almost again $58. It will pop. Let's see what it does. The VWAP is 50.35. So what I'm going to do is put a price alert right a little bit over 50. See if it recovers, and then maybe also that orange starts to turns blue, and we get another move in it. Less than a minute. Yes, thank you, William. So, guys, yeah, less than a minute for the for the 9:30 open. Have a great end to this trading group. We'll talk about 2, 3, 1, done. We're open. Typically, don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Kind of let things settle down a little bit. Now Tesla, okay, Tesla is this is a two-time long ETF for Tesla. BAH has a nice little comeback here, guys. Earnings play through the VWAP now. Still down. This was $100 stock or so. 4.8%. Still down. It is an earnings play. Deck is on the move. Is on the way down. Deck is on the way down. Deck is an earnings play also. A big drop, 14%, 149 million in the float. Now it's already way below this target, but Truist has dropped their price target from 145 to 105. Morning, Michelle, in our YouTube room. All right. Well, there's Inbox, guys. INBX is having its pop. Over 50. Well, that float, though, 11.5 million. Very, going to be very volatile, but you see how now it's turning. I did not take it. I did not take it. It's way too early for me. I mean, this thing still, it hadn't dropped $10 from the pre-market high. I might be a little more inclined, but there's X4. You're talking about Obi. You're talking about X4, XFOR. I didn't see this in the pre-market really. It probably was. Maybe I don't know if it was one of the top 15. Probably wasn't. Not with 29%. QBTS on the move, guys. QBTS on the move. Okay. Want to know why I don't like to trade in the first 15? Look at. Man, they're not all like this, but look at BAH. Remember, I was just saying how nice kind of recovery got up to $96, right back down to 88, just like that. You remember, this is a two minute chart. These are happening very, very, very quickly. Well, the spread was only about $1 in the pre-market. Let's see what the spread is like right now. Well, it's still right now as well, 52.01. It's going to get halted. It's going to get halted. Well, okay, that I thought maybe it was going to get halted because with that spread of a penny on a stock like this, I thought maybe it was going to get halted. I think anything within $1 on a stock like this, because we can have $4 or $5 moves on it. Yeah, there's a WGRX. Okay, so if you're into the penny plays, some $1 stocks, it did hit $1. That's why it was showing up on one of my scans also. But 103, 108, 113, 112, 114, all these little areas it could stall. I mean, it's up 142%. It's a blockchain play, okay? Blockchain partnership. All right, let's take a look at the market right now. So the market still very strong. All right. Ooh, my goodness. There's PMI, guys. So it just got halted on the way down. This is never available. Well, this is what I mean. Is what Interactive Brokers is telling me. Not available for short sale. Not. They don't even say, well, we'll try to find it maybe for if you want, for you if you want. But nope, not available at all. Okay, didn't see this one, but this is an earnings play, guys. GNTX and down 8%, 8.5% right now as we speak on earnings through the 200-day moving average. This is a GNTX. The volume's not bad. You know, 500,000 shares already, 34 times normal. And that is GNTX, showing it right here in the large cap losers. And it was, oh, yeah, I see now it was halted on the way down. Well, QBTS on the move here, guys. QBTS on the move. All right, let's take a look at that QPUX. Come up with a better name, no? QPUX. So this is an ETF. Volume is not a lot, though. Not yet, anyway. So if you think the quants are going to keep moving, this is an ETF, but there's not a lot of volume. 70,000 shares. It hasn't caught on yet, obviously. The 70,000 shares represents 11 times normal. So not, yeah, too bad. You want to take advantage of the quants moving. Here's an ETF, a two-timer, but I wouldn't touch it. It's too thin. All right. All right, guys. Let's see now. American Airlines still pretty strong. Yeah, American Airlines still pretty strong. They had earnings yesterday, and continuation on earnings. So Bitcoin was, yeah, I thought early in this pre-market, Bitcoin was having a nice little pop, but it's starting to fade now. This is IBIT, starting to fade a little bit now. Bitcoin's around 110,000, a little over, about almost 111,000 in the market. Now, remember, we have some numbers coming out at 10 o'clock that could affect the market short term. Okay. Yeah, I know. Western Union's on the move. We were talking about that earlier in that trade. What is their business model? That they even exist? But yeah, it's an earnings play. It's on the move. It's over 9 now. RBC raises the target price to 10 from 9. All right. Is better trading late? Is better trading on late day? I don't understand your question, Shaw. Is it better trading on late day? Your YouTube room. Don't quite understand your question. Oh, I see. Oh, I have no idea. I mean, you were almost 24-hour trading has been sort of available at IB for a while. I don't know if it's every single stock, but I have no idea. Probably, I mean, if we go full, then we'll have no gaps. Be like trading Bitcoin. They're really we see gaps because I'm looking at the 9:30 open, but so X4 halted on the way down. Excuse me, halted on the way down. Okay, China stock BEKE. It doesn't have enough room. I'd love to short this one, but it doesn't have enough room for me. The next low looking left is about 1750. Too close to the 1778. So it looks good as a short though right now underneath the VWAP. Chasing it a bit, but something spiked it down. It's not an earnings play. I don't know. Let's take a look at China overall. Aren't you guys supposed to be meeting China next week? Maybe. So China is, so I don't know, maybe that's why. I mean, China is still basically flat, but there's a bar here. All right, let's take a closer look now at the INBX. Okay, let's see. First of all, what is the spread like? Okay, the spread is not, I mean, it's not terrible. I know it looks, it's jumping around a bit, but it is not horrible if it wants to make a big move. But it's still kind of hanging around the $50 mark. I do have shorts available though. So if it really wants to start giving it up, okay, ORC. This is an earnings play. ORC is an earnings play on the move. Take a look. Take a look on a weekly chart. Where could it go before it gets stuck? It's got some room. Got room, guys. Yeah, ORC's got some room. I mean, the next high on the weekly chart is around 829. It's 760, 768 right now. So it definitely has some room to move if it wants to. You can see maybe it's settled down just a little bit. Wow, look at that NEUP. Really ripping now, guys. Getting closer and closer. Excuse me, closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. In fact, it got right into it. 200-day moving average is 738. What did it get to? Got up to 738, right to the 200-day. Now this is not short. This is not shortable for me today. It was that. It was this day, but it was the day it had the big drop. But boy, the power so far, anyway, the power of that 200-day moving average, right to the penny, and that's where it stalled so far. All right, guys. Well, I did it. Now let's see if this was a wise move. I did end up getting a little bit of short, not like not going crazy on this one on the INBX, and I've got a pretty wide stop on it. I'll know very soon if it's going to work. Just waiting to see if I can get a 47 break. Gotta watch it. Gotta watch it. I'd like to see if it can break through 47. I might get it might start to move down for me a bit. If it's over 48, I'm out. And I'm talking about the INBX. Mm, yeah, the bid's starting to catch up to that ask. I was hoping it would hang around the 47 mark. And we have a halt in that RLM. Oh, it's a foreign. Okay. 8 cents. Never mind. 8 cent stock. RLMLF. No, I took myself out. I took myself out of it, John. I may look at it later, but I took myself out of it. It would have to get down under into this area again, the low 47. I mean, it was a gamble, obviously, but I was hoping maybe we get a $3 or $4 move on it down the way down. But I took myself out of it. All right. X4. Let's see what happened to X4. Came out of a halt and we halted on the way down. You know, for some reason, Playboy is active. PLBY. I wouldn't take it though. I mean, it's in our AI. It's in our AI, guys. I would not take it though. For a bunch of reasons. I mean, first of all, the alert was at say 135. Okay, so right above is 151. That's the or 152. That is the 200-day moving average. But look left. You've got all these little areas that could stall. So I just wouldn't take it. Doesn't mean it's not going to rip, but oh, sorry. Stock I'm following is just had a nice little pop. Wow. So the NEUP guys, boy, that's a monster move now through the 200-day moving average. Remember the last time we looked at it was just stuck there, got stalled right to the penny, and now it is on the move. Should have had more resolve on this one. And it just got halted on the way up, guys. Just got halted on the way up. It's a monster move. Yeah, boy, 372 was the low yesterday. Closed at 4. Look at the volume today. 49 million. 5,400 times normal after this time of day. Oh, Obi. What you guys don't see are William and Obi a little private messaging me and trying to make me laugh. So some Michigan numbers are coming out. Okay, Poe. A bunch of Michigan numbers are coming out. Question was what numbers are coming out? So well, I actually had new housing pricing index at 945, but these are all the Michigan numbers coming out. Consumer sentiment, that was the only one I used to see. But then we've got inflation expectations, consumer expectations, current conditions, inflation expectations. But this is the one I used to only see, the Michigan consumer sentiment. So that's at 10 o'clock. Okay. So we've got another 6 minutes or so. And, those numbers can affect the market short term. Well, you know what, guys? I'm wrong. Ford is making a really nice move now. The last time I saw this was only about up 4%. Ford is now up 9%. This is a really nice move now for Ford. This is an earnings play for Ford F. Grinder, no, it's not an earnings play. Okay. Stores after receiving an $18 per share buyout proposal from who? From who? From its chairman and other investors, potentially taking the company private. Okay. All right, guys. Yeah, the WGRX. That's got me interested. 135 is the next high. A big pop over one now. Mhm. All right, guys, what's Deck doing right now? DECK, this earnings play was, yeah, still moving down a bit. Deck is an earnings play. DECK is an earnings play. NEUP came out of its halt, and let's see now. Hmm. Yeah, the only reason I know it sort of fit it runs so much. I just couldn't do it. Okay, and what I'm talking about, it did get down below the 830 halt, and a lot of times that's when I'll take it, but it had already run 100%. So I just couldn't bring myself to take it. Now it may, if it pops up over 830 again right now, maybe, but it's already moved 100%. All right, guys, it's 9:58. So I think what I'll do now is go over my homepage, and so stick around. I'll show you all the scans, information that I'm sharing. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. At the top here, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now. You can get 15% off the first month only or the entire year, whatever subscription you decide to take, either standard or premium. Okay. Remember, and a monthly is the first month only. And all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. It really helps to keep the rooms free. Company tracks the promo code usage. They see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. Okay. For those of you who are in YouTube, you may not know, we do have what I call a more advanced trading room. Okay, more advanced in that there are a lot more traders in the room, a lot more interaction amongst traders in the trading room. So I moderate a YouTube room, and I also and what I call the other. Well, it is called the trading room. Okay. Now, before I keep going, welcome to the rooms if you're new to either our YouTube room or the trading room. This is the format, Monday to Friday. In the trading room, it's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay. And I try to open the YouTube room sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. I get on the mic on both of them at 9 o'clock. Why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada. So time zone doesn't is not conducive to my opening the room at 6:45, which would be 3:45 my time. But Obi in the trading room opens it up at 6:45, so you can come on in. Now, I usually leave at around sometime between 2 and 2:30, or I'll always say later if there are questions. But even when I leave, William usually keeps the room open after I leave. Talking about this room, the trading room. Fridays maybe not quite as late, maybe 3:30. It's up to him though. He'll let us know. But now that we're in earning season, a lot of times he's keeping the room open until around 4 o'clock. So on a big day, the trading room, this room here, is open from 6:45 to 4 o'clock Eastern time. Okay. Now, scroll down a little bit more. If you clicked on my homepage link, you can get the Trade of the Week. Trade of the Week is free. You can sign up for it right here. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. So if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas or you're wondering about Trade Ideas, wondering if it's a good fit for you, what I would do is click on the education section. And before I keep going, because I'm going to go over this race right here and the concept of racing. So click on the user guide because I'm going to go over the concept of racing. And in the user guide, here's that whole section on TI stock racing. Okay, how you can create your own race based on your own set of parameters. So if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, this is the first thing you must do. They're getting started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas, and again, if you're wondering about, is this the type of program I might like to try, you can start off with that second video and roll to the end. That should give you an idea. Remember, these are very short videos. It should give you an idea about whether it's something you'd like to try for at least a month. Okay. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. Another free series of videos if you're new to trading. You don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to have access, excuse me, to this Back to Basics series. Hmm. Yeah, they're aware of something going on, William. Yeah, I don't. Let me just give me a moment. Just give me a moment, guys. Pass it on, Obi. I can't do anything. I know they're aware of it. I don't know what to say. I mean, I don't have any alert windows open really. I so let me go back. So where was it? The Back to Basics. So now, if you click on my homepage link and you want looking for my scans, here they are. Scroll down, middle section. Here they are. Okay. So these are the ones you can. These are the ones I'm actually sharing. Well, this one I'm sharing. Biggest gainers from the start of the race is right here. Halts resumes is over down here, and I'm sharing others. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. These two races right here. If you want them, you can have them. I don't have them on my homepage, but if you do want them, these are sort of offshoots of the of this biggest gainers from the start of the race. This just looks at large cap movers on the way up, large cap movers on the way down. Okay. But I do have some other scans that I'm sharing, a momentum scan, a gap scan, and the Pepe combo scan. You can take a look at them. All right, what I want to do now is go over this race right here. I just want to show you the concept of racing. Well, I think it's something that could be very interesting to a lot of you, especially if you're new to trading. But even if you're not new to trading, the reason being is that it creates a watch list for you, automatically creates a watch list for you of stocks that you can follow all day long. And remember, it's totally customizable. So, I mean, the fact that these stocks are here, and you might look at this and go, "Well, I don't care about those." Well, it's okay. You can create your own race, and which will generate stocks you might want to follow. Okay. So I'm running 4-minute races. Again, you can pick whatever time frame you want. So what does this mean? DVLT up 1.74%. What that means is since the race started, this stock has moved the most. Not a huge amount. Sometimes you're going to see some big percentage moves here. So there's DVLT. Now it's at 2.3%. So, click on it, see what's happening to it. You can see the move. You can see this little move here. It's just over the VWAP. Maybe it's the type of trade you want to take over the VWAP. And when the race is over, there's a winner. And that's why what you see here, top 10 list will be built for you automatically of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see what that number beside the stock, that what that means is that X4 won two races, WGRX, WGRX, yes, won two races. Yes. And so on. Eventually, there will be a top 10 list. Eventually. Now, if you take this from my homepage right now, your race starts right now at 10:08 Eastern time. Okay, so don't look at this and think, well, how come I'm not seeing these? Okay, I will go over TradeWave in a minute. MB. So again, if you load any one of my scans, okay, but especially this one because you can see this one, and if you load this one and you say, well, why am I not seeing these stocks? And that's because your race starts when you load it. Now you can run the race in the pre-market and have it continue to 9:30 on if you want. What I've done is I've said, you know what, I want to see it. I want to see it when at 9:30, starting at 9:30. That's a setting you can control that. So you can have the race start running the minute you load trade ideas, or you can set it for whatever time you want it to start. So how to use the races? Well, first of all, I would anything that's leading a race, I would take a look at it just to see what's happening. If it's setting up for your style of trading, you just click on it, see what's happening. If a stock has won a race before, click on it just to see what's happening. Here's X4. I mean, X4 is hanging around the VWAP right now. Maybe if it hangs around long enough and gets some volume, maybe it pops up and starts moving again. I mean, we don't know, but you see, it gives you some focus, of stocks to follow. If you see a stock in this list right here, click on it. You don't have to wait for, well, a couple of things. You don't have to wait for a stock to be at the top here. You don't have to wait for the race to be over before you click on the stock. Click on it. Just see what's happening. So let's take a look at Poet. Poet's been a really active stock. I mean, let's see if it's making, some kind of a move that you like. I mean, Poet's got room. I mean, look at the room this has got, 865. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but I mean, at least to me, it would become, a possible candidate because it's got the room looking left before it hits that next high. All sorts of different trading styles. This is not just all about stocks that are up at the top either. They could be stocks kind of like this that have pulled back into the VWAP, and maybe they're bouncing off the VWAP acting as support. Maybe you've got a moving average that you like on your chart, and maybe it's pulling into that. And maybe, you look at that and go, wow, okay, it looks like it's holding as support. So that is the concept of racing. Now, why are these stocks showing up? Because all races start from a top list window. So if I right click on this race and notice I have a bunch of options, one of them is open top list. So I'll do that. So all races start from a top list window. If I right click on this top list window, launch the real-time stock race. Okay, so the idea then is you create a top list window, and then you can launch a race on it. And so hopefully this is starting to make a lot of sense that you can create your own top list window. In this case, this is what I'm looking for. If the stock is between $1 and $50, minimum 200,000 shares, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So if a stock meets these filter requirements, it's going to show up in this list of stocks. Your requirements may be very different. Maybe you want a different price range. Maybe you want to add in a filter that you like. So it's totally customizable. Now, the reason for using a top list in the old days, and still now, I still use top lists in this fashion. The classic question was, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Well, if you have that as a column header, which I do, C percent means the change from yesterday's close. I can sort on it. Double left click quickly, and you can sort on any column header that you've got. In this case, I've sorted on the change from the close. So WGRX is up 200% from yesterday's close, and EUP 65%, etc. Okay. So a top list could be used in various fashions. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 5 minutes. As long as you have a column header to sort on, you can sort on the column header. But this is what the race does for you. By the way, NEUP really well. That's why I didn't want to take it, even though it popped through that 830 again. NEUP halted on the way down now, guys. So hopefully everybody is taking their nice big profits. So what the race does is it will, most of the time the races, the ones that are up here that are leading, probably they're going to be the stocks that are up the most today. Okay. The reason being is that they're still super active. People are interested in them. So they're going to have moves. Okay. But so, I wouldn't discount the fact that, this stock is up 200%. At the end of the day, it could be up 400%. This is the WGRX. Okay. But what the race can really do for you, is a lot of people say, well, you know what? I don't really want to see necessarily the stocks that have already made the big move. How about showing me something that's starting to move? Well, that's what the race can do for you. Take a look at a stock that here's American Airlines as an example. I'm not saying it's, whoa, you're not in it anymore, not in that short anymore. Just give me a moment. Yeah, it might be a little late. Let me keep going on this, okay? Because LAC is a good example. Has been super active. Where are you? There's LAC. LAC is up 6.6%. But what if all of a sudden LAC started to really move? What if it was up 7%, 8%, 10%, 12%, moving all the way up this list of stocks? How would you know? What are you going to do? Stare at a list of stocks and try to see the ones that are moving the most? Well, you don't have to do that because that's what the race does for you. The race doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close. All it cares about is in this list of stocks that you've got, what is moving the most percentage-wise since the race started. It's all it cares about. Here's a good example. LAES is, it's up 8%, but it's not up 190%. But, it was starting to move. It was at the top right here. So how would you know that? Well, again, you don't have to. That's what the race can do for you. It can start showing you stocks that are starting to move. You see a stock moving up this list, click on it, see what's happening. And now, I just want to really hammer this point home. Hopefully it's crystal clear now. You can create your own list of what you want to see. You may hate this price range, 1 and 50. Maybe you want something else. Maybe between 1 and 10, maybe between 10 and 100. Maybe you want more volume. Maybe you don't care if the stock is up from yesterday's close. Maybe you want it up from yesterday's open, or the what stocks that are moved the most since the open. It's up to you. You can, if you have any experience trading, maybe you want to add a filter that you like into this and create a list of stocks that you want to see and run the race based on that. The other thing is you can also, if you're somebody who likes to, maybe trade a basket of stocks, the same stocks all the time, 20 to 30 stocks, you want to follow those every single day, great. You can create what we call a symbol list or a watch list, and you can attach it to the top list window and then launch the race on that and just follow those stocks. Or maybe you've got a different 20 or 30 stocks every day. Maybe you do some evening work and you say, okay, you know what? These are the stocks I want to follow the next day. And you put those into your watch list and then you run a race based on those stocks. It's very flexible. Okay. So just because this is what I want to see, it doesn't have to be what you have to see. So this race here, similar. I mean, all the races are similar in that, they're showing top 10 lists and they're showing stocks that are up the most when the race started. But the big difference in this race right here, the large cap gainers, and this one is if you look at the top list window, see how few there are right now. Remember how this was now I capped this off to 50, the top 50. Okay. You don't have to do that, but look look at this. There are only right now, as we speak, there are only four stocks meeting the filter requirements. Now that doesn't mean that these are the only ones for the whole day. It just means that as we speak, what happens is over the course of the day, you'll see stocks being added and subtracted from the list all day long. You can see how Oscar just got added, or one just got taken out. Why? That's because in this particular top list window, this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for stocks now between 10 and 70, 200,000 shares minimum traded, up 2% from yesterday's close. I added these two filters to give it, a minimum market cap of 500,000,000 and then a minimum float of 50 million. Those two filters are not in here. But the reason why stocks keep coming in and out is really because of this filter right here. This is the position in the day's range. Now, again, you don't have to do this, but I like to see stocks that are near the high of the day. So that 95, if I put 100 in this min, that would mean the stock is basically at the high of the day. Okay. 95 means it's minimum, means it's going to be very close to the high of the day. And that's what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see. If I took that filter out, you'd see a bigger list of stocks. But I just, in this particular scan, see how the scan is expanding. That's because stocks, and with the market doing what it's doing, probably more stocks are near the high of the day. And then this one, large cap losers, it's just basically the flip, what I call the flip of this. I'm looking for very similar filters that I've got, except stocks making lows or near the low of the day. Weaker stocks. These are the stronger stocks. These are the weaker stocks. So if you want either of these two, just ask me. Also, if I were new to trading, I would probably look at this list before I looked at this list. The reason being, while these are fabulous to trade, but they're volatile. Okay, they are volatile. So there's a lot more whip in them. Can be a lot more whip in them. And so they could be, a little more challenging to trade. Not saying there's no whip in these, but because of their larger cap, you notice that, here's X4, it's up 2.6%. You rarely are going to get anything really over 1% in this one, just because of the market cap size. Okay. And again, a nice top 10 list is built for you. Now, this list doesn't have to remain the same all day long because what happens is, if a stock but it's going to, certainly probably the top ones are going to be the same all day long. So let's take a look at AAOI. Let's see if it's sort of setting up. Not bad, I mean, it's over the VWAP. It's sort of consolidating a bit. So here's the data vault. Again, another very active stock. DVF. Remember, we were just talking about this before when it was leading a race. I think it might have even won the race. It didn't win the race though. Okay, look at that. It did not win a race. And just because a stock doesn't win a race, I mean, I actually asked a long time ago, how about showing a stock? I mean, a stock that finished second 100 times during the day and never win a race. It's pretty good still finishing second a lot, but you didn't do it for me. Oh, that's what I wanted to happen when I was in it. I'm not, I don't, yeah, too bad. Just a little early. And I'm talking about the INDX. Now it's doing what I was hoping it would do. Well, c'est la vie. Just give me a moment, guys. Yeah, Barry, listen, they're aware. They're aware. I'm passing all this on, okay? Nothing I can do about it right now, but they are aware, okay, of the this issue with some of these new highs and new lows of the day. They're aware, okay? I probably wouldn't see it because even if I brought back some of my real-time alerts, it's because I only want to see the first time. And so I'm not seeing them over and over and over again. No, I know. No, I'm getting lots of examples. Okay, guys, sorry. I'm conversing with some people at Trade Ideas right now. All right, guys, look at SLM. SLM is an earnings play and it's fade, 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 fade from it's still up 3.2%, but fading. And yeah, just give me a moment, guys. Oh, you're wanting SLM to bounce. Okay. And I'll keep quiet. Okay, now this owls. I mean, obviously he's got a ton of room. A very tough to trade. Look at that spread. 1156, 12, well, 1160 now, 1233. Very, very, very tough. Just tough spread. They had some news this morning. I don't know what. I don't really know. Well, I can read them. Develop stablecoin payment and hospitality software programs, and it says they expanded U.S. regulatory footprint to 40 states. Okay, but the spread is terrible. I mean, it's too bad because look at the room it's got. That'd be a great potential trade, but the spread is just not good. All right. So for William, you want it. Where is SLM? Where did I even see it at? See SLM. Ah, earnings play. All right, over 28. Well, okay. I'll put a price. Wow, that's good. It's asking a lot. With 207 million in the float, that's asking a lot. But okay. It doesn't look good, William. But I don't know where you're in. Oh, sorry. Somebody asked about the wave. Okay, are you still around? I'm sorry. To go over the wave. Are you still around? It was MB. MB, are you still around? You wanted me to go through the trade wave if you're still around. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. I forgot you asked. Okay, so the trade wave. So a few things. So first of all, the trade wave is part of our standard service. Okay. So this is for everybody. You specifically, of course, MB, you asked the question, but anybody who's interested and wondering how do you get this wave on the chart? Okay. Right now I've got an orange wave. Trend is down. Blue trend is up. Okay, that's the theory behind it. So how to activate it on your chart. So and please listen carefully, everybody, because I was going through it yesterday with somebody, and I kept asking them. First thing you've got to do is you right click on your chart and you must click use browser interface. And, unfortunately, the person, I guess, didn't understand because anyway, just make sure you do that, okay? So when you right click on your chart, you must have use browser interface checked. If it's already checked, then you don't have to check it. But if it's not checked, you have to check it. That's your first step, okay? Now, as I understand, I hope, depending on the version of Trade Ideas you're on, when you when you do that, you should get some icons that are showing up at the top here. One of them is an indicator icon. It's right. It's to the left of the anchor. Okay, to the left of the anchor, and it's an indicator icon. And when you click on it, a little box pops up, and one of the options is Trade Wave. When you click on Trade Wave, the wave will appear on your chart. Okay. So first of all, did that work? And this is just a toggle on and off. If I do it again and I click on it, the wave's going to disappear. Now, if so, MB, did that work for you? Because if you don't see this up here, oh, good. Okay. Now, for those of you, if you don't see it up here, when you right click and you use browser interface, click on use browser interface. If you don't see these icons up here, typically that means that your chart is too small. Okay. See what happens? See what happens when I shrink my chart down? So if you go through the steps and you're saying, well, I still don't see it, then you have to expand your chart. So you see, I have my pointer is here. My pointer, when I get when it turns left and right, then I just left click on my mouse and drag my chart, and then you can see these icons up here. Okay, and that's okay. So that's how you activate it. I don't like it on my daily chart, but that's how you activate it. Now, how do I use it? If I were in this SLM trade, okay. Now I don't care that much about seeing the buy and the sell signals. I mean, if I happen to see it before I'm in the trade and it's something I want to take, great. But a lot of times, what's really happening is that I've clicked on an alert, a symbol, and let's say I'd seen it. Let's say I clicked on SLM and it was up here. Okay, I don't see a sell flag or anything, but I wanted to take the trade. What this does now for me, and I see, oh, good, it's actually orange, meaning the trend is weakening. It's a weak trend. Well, wow, this just touched 28, William. I don't know if that got you out. It looked like it just touched 28. What this does for me, it keeps me in the trade a lot longer. I just keep following the wave down. Now, it doesn't mean at some point, especially if I had not taken anything out, I would have definitely taken some out here. The minute I get a candle that pierces the top of the wave, I will certainly take some off. But what this allows me, imagine if it happened up here. What it does for me, it allows me to stay in the trade a lot longer than I ever used to. Okay. That's how I use the trade or the trade wave. Okay. Keeps me in trades a lot longer than it ever used to. Because what I'd be doing now is I'd be saying to myself, okay, sure, you took some off here, but now I still have my position, like a portion of my position, and I'll just wait until it really transitions to blue. I'll keep in the trade. It's amazing. It's just a nice visual guide. Now, is it foolproof? Of course not. Nothing is foolproof. Nothing is 100%. But since I've been following the wave, and also it depends on the time frame you want to use. If I look at a 2-minute chart, uh, I mean, on a 1-minute chart, it's very possible that it's starting to curl up. You see how it's starting to curl up on a 1-minute chart, and that it could actually turn blue. So it all really depends. I don't use 1-minute charts. The lowest is 2. But so it all depends on the time frame you're using. Because sometimes some time frames may show orange, another one might show a blue. Depends on the time frame. So there's no right or wrong way to use the wave. This has to be up to you. But I'm just showing you how I like to use it. Well, it's a cross. Okay, if you want to know, Pepe knows it's SMA and EMA and the crosses. I mean, I personally, I mean, I understand why there are people that really want to understand why and how it works. I mean, personally, I don't really care. I mean, I just have been following it. This is the default. You can actually be right beside Trade Wave. There's little icons here where you can actually control. Okay, so I think this is the one, the fast AMA and the slow fast EMA and the fast 5 EMA and the slow 12 EMA, and it's a cross. So you can actually control this. Okay. Shoot. I was in that. I did a little scalp trade on the WGRX, but boy, I wish I'd held my my position a lot longer. Okay, so you can control it. Don't ask me how to do all this. I've never deviated from whatever the default is. Okay. Now, if you're looking for a little more information about it, maybe a little video, if you click on New from the toolbar and then click on docked channel bar, not channel bar, docked channel bar, and then you click on the Ripster channel, Ripster, and a video will pop up and it explains the concept behind this. Okay. Now, it depends. Sometimes people say they don't see it. They don't see this video that pops up. It could be behind here, behind the layout that just popped up. It could be on another monitor. Okay, but this is the video, and this gives it, an explanation. These are actually some scans that you use if you want. A 512 curl down, a 34 EMA pullback. These are some scans. I don't use them, because I've sort of explained how I like to use it. I like to get, I like my scans, and if I see something I like and it happens to be, then it keeps me in the trade a lot longer. But you can take a look at this video and gives you, I think, a decent idea about what the concept is. Okay. I just like the visual presentation of it. Makes it pretty simple. So I think you can control it. When you say they're the same color, the volume, the volume bars, what volume bars? You're not talking about these. You're not talking about the trade wave bars. You're talking about the volume bars down here that I got on my. Okay. You can control that. You just have to. Now, I'll do it here because this is. If you right click and go to indicators, where's your and edit? Okay, so here's where you can go down to volume. Okay, I have to click on edit. Yeah. Okay. No. See, I don't do it this way. Just give me a moment. So indicators, go to volume. Okay, so here's how you can control your colors. But where is see on my other one? I can choose the up and down. Just give me a moment. Okay, there you go. So you just click on up down color. Okay, and then you can pick your colors, your up color and your down color. It's just a palette. Okay, just a palette. You can pick what you want for your up, and then you pick what you want for your down. Okay, you might see what I did. Okay, not a big deal. Just duplicate it. Okay, so did that make sense, what I just did? Oh, man, I'm looking at WGRX would have been a monster trade for me. Nice. I know somebody got into WGRX a lot earlier, or I can't remember who it was. It was Goldman. Okay, yeah, I think you, yeah, awesome trade now. Awesome. There's WGX leading the charge here. Okay, Michelle, I have the smart risk levels shown on my charts all morning, and now they just disappeared. All right, well, let's see. So if I right click here, and this is just in the properties, I don't have, so here's my, on my daily chart anyway, my smart list. This is more of a swing trading thing. So when you say they disappear, now, if you click on an AI alert, they're going to disappear. Is that what's happening? Or is it just because now it's grayed out? I see what you mean. So is that what's happening? You are clicking on an AI alert because the AI has a different type of a stop. Okay. Well, that was so simple, wasn't it, Michelle? I mean, it's simple for me because I've seen that before. Yeah. You click on because the AI has a different stop. Ah, good. Okay, Ali Wong. I did see your, remember, yeah, I asked you to contact our guys, and I did see that you contacted Steve, and I know he tried to help you, but so it was really on your end, on your computer. Yeah. Cleaning the external memory device. Yeah. That'd be a real tough one for us. With thousands of customers out there, all sorts of different computers being used, all different, a lot of different types of setups. Sometimes it is, in fact, your computer, and it's really hard for us to know. But I'm glad that you were able to fix it on your own. All right, guys. Well, let's see. Nothing really, nothing really happening in our AI today. No, if you look at it on a daily chart, you'll see the you'll see this, Michelle. So if I do it again, you'll see that the smart risk level. Well, okay, I clicked on. I just did the same thing. So I click on twist. So you'll see that the smart risk level is way down here. Okay, because that is designed for swing trading. Now, would I follow this? I don't know. I mean, I think it's really. I don't know. I don't know how it's generated. It's obviously a low here. I used to think it was the 20-day low. It looks like it's a 20-day low. Okay. So is it anything magical? Not really. Okay. So the smart risk level generated on a daily chart or a weekly chart would be not the same as if you generated it on an intraday chart, not even close, okay? Because they're assuming if you're looking at this, that you're looking maybe at potential swing trade. But, again, is the 20-day low appropriate? I don't know. I mean, I don't swing trade, so one of the layouts, there's a chart named Market Sentiments. A chart or a compare count. So where is it? So I can find it? Okay, where is it? Is it from one of our channels? Click on new and then doc channel bar. Is it one of, so which channel is it? I don't think it's called Market Sentiment. Whoops. There's not a channel that's called Market Sentiment. So where is it? At least I don't think so. This has been added. Yeah. So where is it? Well, okay, but what channel? What channel is it, MB? I mean, I don't. Hopefully, you don't expect me to look at every channel and try to find it. I mean, like. Can you tell me what channel it's in? You will see it if you've loaded a channel. It'll be at the top. Oh, I see. So you don't have it up and running now. Okay. Market sentiment to me, I just use the SPY. Okay. If you're talking, did it look like this? Did it look like something like this? Yeah, so like something like this? Okay, so this is just a compare count window. I mean, you can design your own. This basically just takes two competing strategies or scans and runs them off against each other. Okay, so here, this is one I've created for myself. I don't really use it anymore. I mean, I may bring it back at some point, but movers to the upside greater than 300,000 shares versus movers to the downside greater than 300,000 shares. I mean, there are more filters in the scans, but it's basically running them off against each other. So market sentiment, I mean, is it better to use than for me, market sentiment for me is just looking at the SPY. Okay, I make it fairly simple, but this is an overall market sentiment, obviously. I mean, if I see obviously it's strong right now, but if all of a sudden I see some red bars coming down, then the market sentiment is turning a bit. So I don't know what it's see if I look at this and I look at the configure and go to configure, see these are just two competing scans. This is what I've got in one of the scans, and then I run it off against the other one. These are making new highs, pre-market highs, post-market highs, etc. The other one would be new lows, new lows, new lows. Price would be down from 2% from yesterday's close. Things like that. Okay, it would be just taking two scans. For instance, if you had a high of day scan and you wanted to run and you wanted to run it off against a low of the day scan, you could do that. I mean, I don't I may bring it back and here it is on the other one. See what I mean? You see, you're just basically flipping what you can flip. So on the other one, new highs of the day, now it's new lows and pre-market lows, post-market lows. And now remember, price has to be down at least 2% from yesterday's close as opposed to being up 2%. So you're just taking kind of two competing scans and running them off against each other and see what is generating more alerts. And these are all, so if I look at MXL, So this is like, I mean, it's kind of cool because this is, the old style, right? You got a ticker running, and these are all, these are basically real time, real time alerts you're getting right here. So it's like a ticker running for you. And you can pause it. You can when if you clear it right now, it'll start from now. So for instance, if you open this at 9:30 and run it for, you may see lots and lots of stocks moving higher in the first hour or lower, and then you stop it. And who knows, maybe at 10 o'clock, you get a big reversal of stocks move, depending on what the market is doing. So I don't want to get too complicated on it, but I mean that's what you can do. It basically running two scans against each other. I know Dan uses it when he does his demonstration on Friday on Wednesdays. There's the TOVX. You can just see what's happening here. Ford is okay. So Ford is not making a new low of the day. So remember, I was. Oh no, this is not Ford. I'm sorry. Excuse me. This is not Ford, the motor company, car company. Okay. Look at Beyond. Beyond's making a new low. Well, I mean, this may appeal to some of you running two competing scans in a compare count window and getting a real time ticker. Just another way of presenting our data. The problem is getting too overwhelmed. I'm actually got a little too much going on for me. I'm finding right now that I'm jumping around a little too much. Come on, Obi. If you're going to type a symbol in, get it right. He typed in TONX. Now, I'll have egg on my face if there is I'm sure he meant TOVX, but I'll have egg on my face if there is actually a TONX that is doing what he said. No. So now this is interesting because these are real time alerts. Okay, now let's take a look at house. I want to see. I know there's house here making a. So the reason I'm looking at this is that you guys have been, and rightly so, complaining about some of our new highs and new lows not being correct. So this is a good example for me to click on some of these anyway, because these are all real time alerts, new highs and new lows of the day. And so far, I'm seeing that they are right, but I understand that there are certain stocks that are not, and I don't know why. And you can run this in the pre market if you want. Notice I say no RV, no relative volume. And that means so I could run this in the pre-market if I wanted to. Okay, guys. Yeah, let me take a look at this now. Maybe I'll have to warm up to this again. But if I want to use this, I am going to have to get rid of something because I do not want to have a lot of too many scans up and running. Wait, look at mobile. This is actually is not an earnings play. I thought this was an earnings play. Was yesterday. So this is actually 23rd pre-market. No, so this was an earnings play yesterday. Uh, and this was actually didn't do badly. I mean, this was a reaction yesterday, but today, look out. And this is MBLY. Wow, look at this data vault now, guys. I mean, I've talked about this right around here, this 242 level. Remember when it was here in the biggest gainers from the start of the race, saying, well, if you're a bit of a VWAP player, look how it was basing. Now this is pre-market, but look how it was basing right around the VWAP. And now look at the pop it's had. I mean, we don't know. I mean, I wish we could predict it that was going to happen, but so if anybody wants this, I can give it to them. Okay. This is again, if you're interested in just watching more like a ticker like the tape. And you can see, obviously the movers to the upside right now, way more than the movers to the downside. So what is interesting, when I used to use this a little more often, what's interesting is, you see a green here, and then all of a sudden you see one stock that's red. You think, wow, what's happening to this one? Like why is it bucking the trend? I mean, the trend being up. So here's Relay on the move here, guys. Relay's on the move. Now, there is a way in this one. I want to see. I want to make sure I'm right. Don't ask me about all this. Yeah. So, yeah. So there'd be a way in which I could say, only show me the stock the first time. So you're not going to see it over and over again. But I guess, again, this is sort of the nagging version. Don't forget about me. Guilt. Don't forget about me. Okay. You want some? Just give me a moment. Okay, guys. What time is it now? 11:03. So I'll be taking a break in about an hour. I believe it'll be Andy taking over for me in our YouTube room. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. So if you guys are, those of you who are interested in swing trading, a little more, because I don't swing trade, but if you're interested in swing trading, Andy is way more of a swing trader than I am. So I think he's a little bit like, well, I don't know. Steve says he's basically all cash right now. He's not really doing too much swing trading. Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas. So Andy is at Trade Ideas also. Well, it looks like maybe now it's over, guys. Beyond Meat, BYND. We say that every day, but it's really starting to sink now. So look at that; it's below the the low of 2 days ago, and now 192 is the next low. And yeah, now there are 8 million shares available. So a lot of short covering is happening at Interactive Brokers. Now there are 8 million shares available to short. Oh, I'm surprised. Mm, they actually had some news. Provides update on arbitration with former coal manufacturer. So they had some. Okay, well, you read through all that, and then also, now they have earnings not next week, but on November 4th. And so they're saying Q3 revenues 70 million, consensus 68, so a little bit above. But I don't know. I think they're still losing a lot of money. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I don't know. I don't know what they're. Just looking at some of the ones that are coming through that compare count window. Boy, Ford is still strong, guys. The car company, not Ford, FORD, still strong, still at the highs of the day. Earnings play today, almost a 10% move. Take a look at GM. GM had earnings a few days ago. Had a great move. Look at this. Look at GM. I mean, it's still from its earnings play. It's an all-time high. Yeah, all-time high for GM, which is really surprising to me that $68 is an all-time high. But anyway, at least it's an all-time high based on how far we go back. But ever since, so you wonder, will Ford do the same sort of thing? In other words, will it have continuation days also? The difference between Ford and GM, though, is Ford. Yeah, Ford is nowhere near an all-time high. If you had a daily, a lifetime candle, it'd be more in the middle. Okay, if you had a lifetime candle for Ford, it'd be more in the middle, whereas GM is, all-time high. But does that mean let's take a look at Ford. I mean, let's take a look at it on a weekly chart. Where could it keep going? Can't see it on a weekly chart. So there's your next high looking left, 1488. So, I mean, there's an argument to be made if Ford closes well. I mean, it might have continuation just based on what GM did. I'm not saying it's going to. It's a very, very different, because it's not nowhere near a lifetime high. Well, again, we only go back, well, only, I mean, we go back at least 10, 15 years, I think, but let's take a look. I just would have thought in their heyday, but let me see how far back we go. So we go back to 2010. Okay, so 15 years ago. So I mean, it's possible way before that there were more high above 68. I don't know. And I'm sure somebody's going to go back and say, "Yeah, but in 1980 it was $100," and that's fine. I figure 14 going back 15 years is plenty. Really, it's interesting because I mean, obviously, GM was trading before 2010. Well, guys, it's time for me to nag at you again. Those of you with our AI, if you haven't added the reentry price column, please do. So anybody out there with our AI that does not know what I'm talking about, just put up your hand and I'll explain what I'm talking about because FDMT is a perfect example. You got the message? Okay. Okay. Ah, bankrupt in 2009. Right, right. You're right, Shady. Yeah. Okay, Jason. Okay, Jason, hand is up. I see your hand is up. Okay, so if you've got our AI, add that re-entry price column. And there's nothing wrong with just waiting for re-entries if they happen. Now, in this case, obviously, it was awesome because look at that, 1036 to get into FDMT. The original alert was at 1167. I'm sorry, the re-entry price was 1159, 1149. Excuse me. I was getting the time mixed up. Okay, so 1149. So how do you get this? So what happens is 1167. You don't have the premium sub. Okay, forget it. You need a premium subscription for the AI. But if there's anybody else that wants to know how to add that re-entry column, and then you could almost just wait for re-entries to see if they happen during the day. Forget about the first alert. Does this connect to the broker, your broker? Depends what you mean by connect. I mean, we have so I'm answering Jason in our YouTube room. So we have what's called an external linking tool. Okay. So if I click on tools from our toolbar and then click on external linking, notice that I am linked with Interactive Brokers. Okay. So it depends on your broker. I mean, we link with many. Now, linking means this. It means that when I click on a symbol, no. Well, you can set it up for your own strategy if you're really, really convinced that you want to trade it in auto fashion. You're talking about auto trading, Jason? We do connect to E-Trade, Interactive Brokers, and Alpaca in that fashion. So you could, if you wanted to, okay, but it's only your scan that you create. Nothing else. So you have to have, so the idea, and I mean, very few of our customers do it. Okay. But if you create a scan and you back test it and you're satisfied that, okay, I'll take every single trade that happens in that scan. You should always check it in our simulator. You need our premium service for that though, also. But again, very few of our customers do that. And I don't. I mean, if I thought it was the way to go, I'd be doing it. But it is an option that is available, yes. But again, creating your own scan, back testing it. If you get the results you like, back testing means, okay, seeing what all the trades that happened up to 3 months ago. So what would happen if you took every single trade from the scan for 3 months, the last 3 months? What would have happened? That's kind of the idea of the back tester. And if you like the results and you say, okay, well, test it in the simulator. Also, you can test it in the simulator. But again, very few of our customers do that. The problem with the back testing is that the back testing could show a nice result for a while. Then all of a sudden, you start seeing, wait a minute, the results aren't as good. And so you have to go back to the scan and start to tweak it Tweaking it meaning maybe changing a price range, maybe changing some volume, maybe adding a filter, getting rid of a filter. I mean, it's time consuming. It can be fun if you've got the time, but I'm just saying it's something that very, very, very few of our customers do it. And why wouldn't I do it? Because even if I've got a scan that I really have, when I say a faith in, I mean, understand that what I'm seeing here, it's not that I want to trade everything, but these are stocks that are coming through meeting my filter requirements, okay? But doesn't mean, they're absolutely going to be tradable for me. But so that's why I'll click on the symbol, see what do I like what I see on the chart? And then if I like what I see in the chart, I'll trade it. The fact that the stock, maybe I get, he had 2026 and then now it's 2028, and maybe I really wanted to trade it. Is 3 cents going to kill me? It shouldn't. Okay. In other words, if it's 3 cents, and when I do my little analysis on my charts, is 3 cents the fact that I might have moved 3 cents since the alert? Is that going to kill me? It shouldn't. That's what I mean. Because I'm never scalping. I'm not trying to take 5,000 shares of something, trying to make 2 or 3 cents on it. So that's why I will always want to check the chart before and charts up before I take a trade. I would not want to just say, okay, I'll take the trade without seeing the chart. Now, the external linking tool though is awesome because what that allows you to do, notice I am linked to Interactive Brokers. So what that means is when I click on a symbol, any symbol I see, it loads into my order entry into Interactive Brokers. It loads into this. I can see what's happening. Of course, it loads my charts, of course, change. And then that's when I make up my mind if I want to take the trade. So for somebody like myself who's clicking on a lot of symbols all day long, it would be a real pain if I looked at QS and I had to type it into my order entry. But we link with Interactive Brokers very well, so that again, all linking is a tremendous time saver if you're clicking on a lot of symbols all day long. No, it's a good question. 160. Actually, this was a discussion, hot topic yesterday. Okay, so no, my share size will change virtually every trade. Okay, because it's all based on it's how much I'm willing to risk, how much am I willing to lose on a trade if it doesn't work. Okay, the risk. So if it's if I'll make the math. I try to make the math super simple. So if I'm willing to risk 100, and I keep the risk amount about the same every single trade. So if I'm willing to risk $100 on a trade, and I look at a chart, let's say I looked at a stock was at $10, okay, and I look at the chart and I thought that there was decent support, say 10 cents away. So if it broke down through that, I want to be out of the trade. So so if I'm willing to risk $100 on the trade, I could take 1,000 shares of that $10 stock. And if I lose on the trade, lose 10 cents, that's because that's my stop, I'll lose $100. And that's taking it. But what if my stop was 20 cents away? I'm looking at the chart thinking, you know what? I think there's good support around 20 cents away. But if it breaks down through that 20 cents, I want to be out of the trade. So in that case, again, making the math super simple, I would take 500 shares. because if I lose on the trade, 500 shares times 20 cents equals $100. I mean, that's a real, that's very simple way of trying to explain it. So no, my trade size in terms of amount, the number of shares I'm taking, and can vary. It'll all depend on, so all depends on where my stop is, how far away my stop is, and then I take that number and I'll divide that into 100 if that's how much I'm willing to risk per trade. Does that make sense? And I just tried to make the math simple, obviously with 10-cent stop, 20-cent stop. But if it was like a 17-cent stop, it's going to be a little bit different. And I try to keep the amount I risk per trade about the same every trade. So I'm not risking $100 one trade, 500 the next, 1,000 the next, 50 the next. Okay. I try to keep it about the same every trade. The only reason I'll vary it a little bit, but I don't vary it by a 2 or 3 multiple, is if, let's face it, some setups can be a lot better than others. When I look left and I see like a massive amount of room before a stock can hit that next high, well, that becomes maybe something that I might want to, up a little bit how much I'm willing to risk on the trade. So Jason, I have no idea. Jason in our YouTube room is saying I'm having trouble contacting IB. Do I know what's going on with their customer service? No. Um, I know broken record. I've had Interactive Brokers for, I think in January it's going to be 10 years, either 9 or 10 years. But anyway, I had an occasion to call them in my first week, and that's it. I haven't had to contact them since. So I have no idea what's going on with their customer service. I think, with a lot of the brokers, it's tough to get through. Now, I can't speak for other brokers, but again, I've only had the occasion to call them once in 9 or 10 years. So I'm not sure. Nick's asking me the question: do I use TWS or IBK Pro? So um, all I can say is that I'm not using their light version. Okay, I'm not using their new desktop version. I'm using a desktop version, but not their latest one. And the tab that I have connected to says Mosaic, not classic TWS. I don't even know what classic TWS would mean. I mean, I know so little about it, but it's worked really fabulously for me for 9 years, 9 or 10 years. I've never had an issue. It's never frozen on me. But I do know the reason I don't use, because every time I load Interactive Brokers every morning, they're always trying to tell me why you should, try our latest desktop version. I would do it, except for whatever reason we don't connect to it. So when I try to do the external linking to their latest desktop version, the link does not get established. Otherwise, I would use it. But I actually looked at it, and maybe it's prettier looking. I don't know. But I mean, I don't care that much about what the program looks like. So when you say you tried to learn Mosaic, Nick, I mean, to me, I mean, I don't know how extensive you're trying to learn it, but I mean, I've just got my order entry box and that's about it. I don't really, all I care about is my order entry box. And I've got my time and sales. Yes. I'm not sure how hard that was for me to start it at the very beginning. Okay, guys, look at that re-entry price now on the FDMT. So again, there's only one re-entry today. Okay, remember what has to happen. The stock has to get halfway, but if the stock ever hits, but you don't have to look at every layout, Nick. You don't have to look at every layout, right? I mean, I've got one layout that I've used. Again, maybe I have a very simple idea of looking at things. It's like trade ideas. I mean, you can have a million different layouts too, right? I think a lot of people find trade ideas very complicated, but I think that they're why I think they're looking at the user guide and thinking, "Man, I got to learn everything in the user guide." And no, but anyway, that's my experience with interactive brokers. It's not pretty, but honestly, I don't care. I mean, I'm looking more for function over form. Okay. Anyway, let's see, 11:30. So I've got about half an hour left, guys, before I take my break. Before I take my break, again, I'll put the YouTube link into main room. You can head over and listen to Andy when he takes over my YouTube stream at noon Eastern time. Nope. Jason asked, do I primarily trade the high short interest stocks? No, not at all. I mean, if it happens to be a short interest, a high short interest, and it comes in anything what I've created, fine. But I have no filters that just identify, like, make sure that it's a high short interest float. No, or short interest. I mean, you can create scans like that if that's all you want to look at, of course, but I don't. Here's one. Just happens to come across my scan. Okay, this LAZR. Look at that. 22% short float. It's just a coincidence, though. It's not because I put a filter that said only show me stocks that are, say, at least 15% short float. All right, guys. I'm going to keep an eye on this WGRX. Okay, won 9 races. You can see that. It won 9 races. The short float is 10%. It's not, extremely high. I mean, that's pretty high, but it's not extremely high. Again, it just happens to be. It's obviously with the Beyond Meat, that was an extreme situation. So let's see this WGRX. Will it hold the VWAP? The VWAP is around 112, 110 area. Will it hold the VWAP? And then later on in the day, what did it get up to? It got up to 145-ish or so. The next high is 150. That could stall it, though. 150 could stall it if it gets even close. I mean, that'd be a nice move if it got there from 118. But I'm not going to take it here. but if it holds the VWAP, maybe I will take a bounce play on it. It's not a low float either, 47 million. That's certainly not a low float for a $1 stock. And you can obviously the sentiment in the market is still like these are all like 92%. 92% of the stocks that came through this ticker are green, only 8% are red. So if you're looking for market sentiment like that, and it's obvious. I mean, look at the market. I mean, it's up 500. Dow's up 500. The Qs are up big 7. SPY, that's a big move, 6. I mean, so it doesn't take now if the market started to drop, you will start to see more red here. I love these random text messages that start off with "Hi." Okay, block number forever. Thank you. Ooh. Um, all right, this has got a little bit of room. Canadian Solar, CSIQ, a little bit of room. I mean, the next high is 1558. A little bit of room, guys. Okay. I'm saying it's going to get to that level, but it's got a little bit of room. It's over the whole number. All the things I kind of like. If you want to trade wave report on each chart, how do I go about it? Okay, so you're talking about this report right there. You can see what I'm pointing at, MacDrew or MacDo. Okay, so just click on it. Now in this case, I guess there was no trade. There was nothing that showed up. I'm just looking here, no buy and no sell. So bad example. So let me. Okay, well, okay. Hopefully there's not a bug, but let's take a look at CIFR as an example. Now, the other thing is, it depends on. Okay, let me see if I can find one that definitely has a buy or sell flag. I wonder why there are no. Let me get to a 2-minute chart. Now, I know there's a way to control how many you see. I wish if I could figure that out. I know Pepe showed me. In other words, only see the first. Okay, I got to be able to find one. Yeah, there might be something going on. I'm not seeing any buy or sell flags at all. I mean, I don't use it like that, so it hasn't bothered me because I don't look at them, but somebody's saying, CISQ, it is showing up. See, not for me. So, have I got some option that I'm not, showing? It's not that. Display the buy sell flag, so it's not that, certainly not that. I know there was a way to restrict how many you see, but I don't see that, but I mean, you should. Yeah, I don't know, but Jason in our YouTube room is saying he can see it on, CSIQ. I cannot. I'll even go to a 1-minute chart, see if I can find anything. Okay, let me make sure I've got some. Okay, you see here, I'm gonna get rid of this, display the only last 2 trades. I'm gonna get rid of this. I just wanna see if that has anything to do with it. No, they're not showing up at all for me. But it says nothing though, right? The TradeWave report, it says nothing, no data available in the table because I'm not getting any, I'm not, oh, jeez, I did it again. See, I'm not getting any buy flags at all. Nothing, or sell flags. So on my end, there's something, yeah, there's some kind of a bug. How about you, Pepe? I know we're on the same server. I don't know. Are you seeing any buy or sell flags at all on anything? You know, here's a 15-minute chart. I mean, but here's a, and I've gone to here and I've said, you know, I've unchecked that display only last 2 trades. So I've unchecked that. So you are seeing it, okay, William. I'm just wondering if it's the server though. Toggle the show buy sell setting. Get rid of this. So I did that. I did that. Display buy sell flags. I already did that. I unchecked it. Maybe I've got to save it, you mean, and then do it again? Okay, and now display it. Well, or I'll save it and I'll go back, see my chart. Okay. I'll try it again. Display, save. And then I'll go to another chart, another symbol. I'm not seeing anything. I mean, I should see a buy flag right there. I wonder if it's because I'm on a development version or something, but I was seeing them before. And it should have no bearing on whether it's in a dock or not. Probably my build, yeah. I mean, again, I don't, but I've seen them before on the build I'm on, so I don't know what's going on. Maybe try to do a reset or something a couple of times. Probably my build, yeah. It's probably because I'm on this development build all the time. 5.75, but it's a development build. Okay. So I'll go to another chart just to see. Nope. Yeah. So I mean, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer for you, but you're not using a development version, and other people are seeing the buy and sell flag. So that's what I mean. I'm getting no data in the report, no data available. Yeah, that's what I saw. So it wasn't just a matter of this is a pain to get rid of this. But you see what happens? I can't see the trade. I can't see that label. That right. I have to expand it. Well, I see it on the top here, but I don't think it showed up on the top, did it? Or did it? Yeah, I see. It's not. I don't see it. I have to expand the chart. That's a pain. Now, I want to get rid of these hideous candles. I like this so much better. Yeah, that's another thing. That's another thing. I haven't seen too many of the resistance lines. Now, again, it has to be a new high of the day that it's hitting, or the support lines on the charts. Brokers Plus open. I would you, but that really shouldn't have anything to do with. But I don't know what you mean. Are you talking to me, Steve, as far as Brokers Plus Open? Are you talking about to me regarding those? Shouldn't matter though. I mean, was checking to see if they are showing up here, but they're not either. All right, guys, 11:49. I'm out of here for a while, for about an hour in 10 minutes. So at 12 noon, I'll be taking my break between 12 and 1. Andy, I'm assuming it's Andy. I just want to do a pretty sure at Andy because Steve is in a power outage right now. So sometimes they switch. I know he was in yesterday, but okay, just want to see if it's Andy. I'm sure it's Andy, but I just want a confirmation. It's not showing up for me though, Carlos, no matter what I do. I mean, it's nothing I should have to do based on what I mean, I haven't made any changes. And in fact, the change I've made now, it should show them all the time, but there's nothing I can do. Again, it's not how I use it, so that's why. But that that's I because I don't use it that way doesn't mean I'm dismissing it. Okay, the fact that people or some are not seeing the buy and sell flags. Oh yeah, Holly's for sure. Yeah, Holly's open for sure. Yeah, but it might be the build I'm on, Carlos. You see that's the issue. Some are seeing it, some aren't. The only reason it's been drawn to my attention is somebody said they're not seeing when they click on the trade wave report, no data. I wish I hadn't clicked on it. No data available. And I thought, okay, well, maybe it's just because there were never any buy or sell flags in that particular stock, but no. So they are. So there's others who don't are having the same issue I'm having. I think it's my build. Yeah, Shady. I think it's the build I'm on. But other people who are not on the same build I'm on and who were seeing it, that makes it a little harder to pinpoint. Well, you're talking about here, right? You're talking. You're talking about this up here, yeah. Well, there is where I can activate TradeWave. Okay, so it is activated, and here's where you have your options. At least I have a little toggle up here that I can get rid of that. But we've already done that, Carlos. You know, we've already done that many times. Save, you know. I mean, maybe it'll work eventually, but did anybody trade NEUP today? Yes. Unfortunately, not me, but yes. You saw that in the pre-market. Had news about some, I'm going to call it a fund, showing a lot of confidence in them by taking 639,000 shares at $5.14. All right, just a confirmation. It will be Andy in our YouTube room taking over for me in about 5 minutes from now. Okay. Still in this one trade, guys. I've taken some off of it, but the FDMT, I'm bound and determined just to follow the reentries. Do they all work like this? No, but and I didn't get it right at unfortunately 11:49. I wish, but I'm definitely liking these reentries in our AI. So what I'm going to do now is just put the YouTube link in the main room, guys. If you want to head over and listen to Andy when he shows up in about 5 minutes from now in our YouTube stream. So again, how do I use the wave? Well, you know, I'm keeping in this trade as long as this doesn't turn orange. Have I taken some off? Yes, for the FDMT. You know, that right there was getting me a little bit nervous because it was really narrowing. Okay, really narrowing. The wave was narrowing, but you know, I said, well, okay, take some off, but I'm still in this trade as long as that wave. Now, what a lot of times what I'll do is I'll actually go to a 1 minute chart to see if it has changed color. Okay, and it still hasn't though. It still hasn't. It's consolidating still. So that's why you know I'm not. I don't care that much about seeing the buy or sell flag. It just allow. It just want to see the wave itself and how well is it keeping me in the trade. News on the UMAC. Okay, let's take a look at UMAC. This is the unusual machines. Okay, I see. Wow. So this is halted because of volatility. Okay, I didn't even see that. Boy, what a move. 12 to 1353. Next high looking left is 1453. And this is a volatility. Okay, talk about Pentagon contract. Okay. It wasn't halted for news though, was it? It was a volatility halt, right? Okay, thank you, William. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 11:58. I better get my announcement up. Andy will take over for me very soon. So before I leave, support. Who asked the original question about not seeing the buy and sell flags? There's the UMAC just resumed, guys, and big, massive pop. Just give me one moment, Andy. Okay, I heard your little pop. I just want to. Who asked that original question about not seeing the buy and sell flags? You still there?
Are you
Because I do
asking
want
me,
to bring
Barry?
it to their attention. No, I'm talking.
Oh,
No,
okay.
sorry, Andy. I'm talking. I'm just trying to talk to somebody in our the main room. There's a problem, and I have the same problem. I can't see the buy and sell flags in TradeWave. Some can, and I've gone through all the different options, but I cannot see. And this is happening just to me for the first time.
Wow.
But it was brought to my attention because I don't really use the buy and sell flags, but somebody said I can't see them, so I looked at mine and said, "Yeah, you're right. I cannot see them." So I want to create a ticket on. Well, I'm not going to do it, but somebody, guys, I can't. If the person who is still who asked me the question originally, if you're still around, just let me know, okay? Because I do want to. I'm not trying to dismiss it. I just want to make sure their developers are aware of it. But right now, I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. Okay, so we'll see you guys in about 1 hour, and now I can welcome Andy Lindlof to our YouTube room.
Hey, Barry, how you doing?
Well, I'm okay. I'm okay. Market doing its thing again, of course.
Oh,
The
yeah.
never-ending market. Amazing,
Yes.
isn't it?
I'm in this. I've actually held this UMAC overnight, and I'm in it. And I don't know what to do with it.
Well, there's news on it. Well, there's not official news on it, but it looks like. Well, it says right now. Now again, UMAC wins the largest ever Pentagon contract. That's what it says.
Oh,
That's
okay.
FT.
That's
So that's the
something I
Financial
may want
Times.
to. That's something I may want to hold on to.
Yeah. Now, is the White House saying that yet? No, but this is Financial Times reporting that. So, and that's
But
that. That's why the
they probably don't give any monetary figure, right? I mean, they just. I'd like to know how
no.
much that is. Yeah, but I guess.
It, yeah, because the largest ever Pentagon contract. Well, I mean, there are some pretty big Pentagon contracts out there. Over like
Hmm.
ever is ever, right? So I mean, there are
No, I
Pentagon.
think I'm think there's referring to UMAC's probably largest contract they've ever had. But
Maybe then it's a misleading.
yeah,
Then it's a misleading headline.
it is. But
Because what?
yeah, they could have worded that better.
Yeah. Oh well, they're probably wording it exactly
That would
like
be
this.
that would this thing would be trading at 113, I think, right now if that was the
Yeah.
case. But let's
Yeah.
see.
They
Maybe
they
if
should have added they should have added an it's between wins and
yes,
largest.
yes,
But why
for
would I do
sure.
that? If I'm going to craft this press release, I'm going to say exactly the same thing and let people make up their own mind.
Yes, yeah,
Anyway,
exactly.
fake
Hey,
news.
go enjoy your hour, Barry.
I
Yeah.
will. I will. It's a lot. I'm spending a lot more time on answering questions than trading now, which is, yeah, it's okay, but it's a bit of a detriment to my trading, but that's okay.
No,
A
no.
lot of
Well,
questions coming in.
that's kind of like me in support at times, you know. Uh,
Hmm.
tell you
But
what,
I will take a break
31
now. I
million.
got to do my
All right,
video
Barry.
and
Yes,
a
yes,
little
you do
workout.
that.
So see you in about an hour, Andy.
All right, Barry. Have a good one. Hello, everybody. Let me get my correct layout up here for the support people. And Okay, let me take off the little right edging. And oh yeah, I gotta pull up so I can see you guys and chat. So bear with me. Hey, Three Sharp, how you doing, buddy? All right, I'm gonna give this UMAC some time, a chance to go through this 20 period moving average. Look at the volume though, man, it's coming in. Of course, the relative volume's not going to be that big right now because it's basically was dormant all through the morning hours. But some huge volume coming in. Hello, Net Trade. How are you? Nice, very nice. Good job, Three Sharp. All right, so let me dive in and we can talk, guys. If you have any questions, I see Roddy. Let's see. How and what would you use in your software if I want to have own stock and to analyze them? If you want to have my own stock, I think you're referring to basically a watch list. So I would build a watch list very similar to like I have here for my AI stocks. It's in a watch list. Basically what we call it a symbol list here. You see, I have the nano nukes and quants. I have what I refer to as the big boys over here on my other screen. And yes, I love using symbol lists to basically, monitor the stuff I want to monitor. And, to build a symbol list, you could just let's go to our user guide. It's always have to smart to bookmark this user guide so you can pull it up quick, and this will show you how to just basically build it. It's pretty straightforward. If anybody catches wind of how much that contract is for UMAC, please let me know. And in the meantime, let me get this straight. Yeah, if you have a question, guys, this is a support webinar. Just drop it in the YouTube chat. Meantime, we'll talk about stocks. I always like to go over, stocks that I'm in. Uh, okay, Justin, would you hold or buy in UVB? A plug alert. I wouldn't buy. That's just not my style. Now what I would love if I would have, maybe seen it right in here. This is the spot to buy, or even this breakout here, above 4. But for me, this is too much of a chase. Now, what I would do is obviously you look left, not a whole lot of resistance. As a matter of fact, is that all-time high? Now, well, the position and lifetime range is showing it not so, but it is definitely a yearly high. There we go. There's squinch this in right here. Oh yeah, it's basically Is that a 3-year high? Yeah, I would be tempted to hold that. It's I mean, you're looking here at the daily and it's above this level now, and you're running into. Let me just stretch this out so everybody can see it. Got through this level, so that's a good thing. I mean, I wouldn't call this a whole lot of resistance. This thing looks like it may want to venture up here to $6. Looking at the daily chart, you got a little bit of resistance right around here, but nothing major. I mean, that's your big resistance. I would, say right around $6. Not only do you have some congestion over here, you also have a psychological whole number. But that looks pretty good, Justin. Yeah, and look at the volume coming in over the last couple of months. So yeah, not bad at all. Now let me check out this plug alert that just went off. Yeah, I'll stick it up there. I always kind of put them in early. Let me raise it. Go ahead and raise it up a little bit. AMD, yeah, well, not much to analyze. I think just keeps ripping. Of course, I held Intel, overnight, and I was real excited. And then it seems like every time I get some decent news, what I think is good news on earnings, if I'm holding something, I get that kind of action. I got a little bit left, but I better off not keeping that on my blotter, so I have to look at it. Just put my stop in there and let it go. Yeah, AMD, you're breaking out to all-time highs, is it today? Basically a gap and go. It looks good. Now, a lot of times when you get up here in the stratosphere, there could be some profit taking. Looks like it's in the intraday. It's getting a little bit weak there, but man, the daily. I mean, what you want it to do, in my opinion, is hold this breakout. If you don't hold that breakout, I'd be tempted to at least take some off. Because anytime you have a major kind of gap and go breakout like that, you'd like for it to hold it. But you're welcome. SoFi, yes. SoFi this morning. As a matter of fact, I almost bought it on a pullback earlier. Uh, it got ahead, and with the news we had, the CPI news this morning, so I kind of took it off the radar. Okay, UMAC, you're going to start bleeding on me now. Jeez. So let's see. I wish I had the amount of the contract, but I'm just gonna slow play this. I'm not looking to. I'm not a scalper. I'm looking for a bigger move. Amazon's having a nice day. Let me see if I can put that right up there. So I'll be alerted when it goes up to that level. That 50 period moving average. I want to know about it. I will 3 sharp, yes. And you know what? He wanted me to share with you guys. He's also in this UMAC with me. We both bought it yesterday when this FLNC. Look at that thing. Gosh dang it. I'm so bad about selling stuff too early. I did not. I did not. I'm and that's another thing I'm bad about is taking I'd have to just start putting in price buy stops on these things so so I can get in it. I missed Dell the other day, nice like that was a beautiful breakout. Missed that one. BLO, what's it doing today? That was a beautiful breakout that I missed right there. Boom, opened up, gap and go. Market wants to go to highs here, the Qs. Yeah, I was just telling Steve, I wish I knew the amount of the contract. It's always scares you uh, because it's their largest independent contract ever. Well, what if their prior high was like a, you know, $200,000 contract? I think I've been, you always know, guys, I try to get bottoms and I scalp along the way as I'm doing it. So if I'm wrong, I either make a little money. I hardly ever lose because I'm always like scalping because I know it's going to be back and forth action. But I think these things may be turning around. This QFIN and this VIFVN. I don't know where my price alert goes, but I do want to know if that gets above that area so I can add. Okay, Justin, Andy says, Justin says when you have your alerts go off, but either the volume isn't there or just don't like something, do you keep the alert on your list? Oh yeah, I'm constantly like alerts will go off if I don't like it, I'll keep an eye on it maybe, and if it backs off, I'll reset the alert in there for sure. Or if it goes through and I didn't take it, maybe I put the alert back in there for a pullback. A lot of times when they break out of a level, they will come back. See, Needham put a $20 target on UMAC back in January, huh? What is that? Is that January? What is on January 17th? Well, I tell you what, this has a pretty good short float. And even though I don't like not hearing the earnings, I guarantee you not earnings, but the deal, the contract, I guarantee you those shorts are worried about it. And look at the volume bar. Okay, and we're only halfway through the day, so it's going to be huge volume. Now, whether it moves higher or not to be determined, but all right, Intel may be trying to turn around here. We'll see. Needs to get back above the 10-period moving average. Or it just may want to just hang out and close right around this level, which is very likely. Hive was on the list today. I like trading Mara because when it gets going good. No reason to do anything now for sure, but I would like to know if it gets back above this level. Let's go through just in case. BBAI I bought yesterday and got a little bit of good news in after hours. I've scalped half of that, and I jumped back anyway. No, I scalped half. So let's see if this can get going again. It's kind of in an ugly no man's land though. Oh, you meant 1017. Okay, thank you, 3 Sharp. That's much better. Yeah, that yeah, it was only a week ago. I know the feeling. Vips. I took a chance earlier at a good price down here when it hit the moving average, but I'll cut this really quick if it breaks down through there. I already had a price alert there. Oh well. Let me check something real quick. All right. Gosh, I like for it to hold that level. SMR. Yeah, that it's once again you're seeing a lot of these stocks, kind of in no man's land. Leader there is Oklo, which even they're really tough to buy because they don't have the momentum like when you're above all the moving averages running like this and like this. Now you're kind of on the other side of the mountain where you're going to run up against lots of moving averages, resistance like this level right here in Oklo. It makes it tough. I almost like to catch the bottom like I did the other day in both INOQ. I mean, almost the very bottom of it, and RGTI. And I sit there and I'm like, these things are in no man's land. I'm just going to scalp it out, So I sold it. And of course, they got that little news bump the next morning. But oh well. I'd probably do that, every time if when the trend is looking like that ugly. Hold that 13 level. Tesla I bought yesterday, small size, for I started at 420. That's where I bought it yesterday morning. And then of course I buy, close and added to my position, thinking that it might go, it was doing well all morning, but so now it's pulling back to its moving averages. Yeah, those quants are they're tough. You almost need them to kind of reset up because right now they're just they're okay if you want to scalp, but a day trade. But for me, a swing trader, and I will definitely day trade some when it comes to these things. But uh, hold on just a minute, I gotta shut my door here. My dog whining down there. All right. All right, let's take a look around at what solar is strong, XRPI, semis obviously with kind of AMD doing so well. It's that AAL doing it. Had earnings yesterday. I think I put some alerts on there. Oh yeah, another good day today. But I must have went off this morning. Yeah, I had this. Hmm. I mean, Love. I guess they're still working off bad earnings. Vips. Steve's telling me he just bought this one. It doesn't look bad. A little volume coming in. This one can get moving when it wants to. It's got 37 million in the float and 25% of it is short. No, I don't have the money machine. I don't have the money machine up right now. I don't have it running. I'm waiting for a new version because for some reason I need a new computer. I don't have quite enough RAM. This is like I said, over 5 years old, and every time I try to run it, it starts to drag eat up all my bandwidth. So I don't have the money machine going right now. But these positions right here, I am in all these positions right here, and the entry prices are correct. Obviously, it'd be hard to go back and put old entry prices, and plus a few others that I don't put on my. I don't put on my. If I just kind of a longer term play, in my opinion, I don't want to sit there and just look at it. As a matter of fact, these will probably be coming off here soon. This QFIN. Uh, because if it is a bottom, I don't want to be watching it. You want to, anytime I shouldn't even be telling you guys about picking bottoms because it's a dangerous game. But if you're going to do it, you need to let these things work for you. Once they do kind of start breaking out of some moving averages, breaking some trend lines and things like that. So what I'd like to do is just take them off my screen so I don't have to stare at them. I won't be tempted to sell because it's so easy, especially after day trading for 17 years. You want to you want to take those profits when you see them. Very, very alert. Interesting there. I don't want to take any more positions though on a Friday afternoon. Yeah, the Amazon is a good entry, and I've been in this one for a while. As you can see, once again, this is in a downtrend, and what I do is when I see possible some setups, I'll buy size, then I'll scalp some out and just kind of maintain a core position, like in this Amazon. That's the way I do it a lot of times. If a stock, if I'm not looking for a really strong setup where I'm just going to load up and look for momentum. This is more of kind of playing. I mean, this is not obviously not bottom fishing, but at the same time, it's kind of in a downtrend, the last couple of months. So what I like about, doing it this way is, you've taken some profits along the way. You're still got a core position. Now, when it gets above this level and everybody's chasing it, that's where, I've got a lot of flexibility. I can add more, which what I probably do, since I've already got good profits in it and I've got a position and it gets above a level, then I can really start getting aggressive. But as you can see, I'm not a chaser. I don't chase no man. I don't think there's some people that I know that won't do anything, unless it's like breaking out of a 52-week high. But what they do is that they're not like me where they have, maybe a 3% stop loss. They'll have like a 10% stop loss. And what they're doing is they're just playing the long game. They're playing the year games, where they're looking to uh hold something for several years as long as it's working. I just not that way. Yes, but 3 sharp, this is not my real size. I don't want to put my real size up here just because I don't want people, first of all, to know what I'm doing, and second of all, it's all relative. All right. So there may be somebody out there with a $50,000 account who's a better trader than somebody with a $5 million account. Right. Just because he can't buy the size and crank out these big you know, uh, profitable days doesn't mean, he's any less of a trader than the guy with the $5 million account, $50 million, whatever it is. So what I do, I kind of mask it just so, people, it, I mean, I'll tell you this, it's less than this. I'm not going to tell you how much less it is than this, but I just I I don't want. There goes Amazon the highs. I used to have me and Steve had a business called Today Trader where people would come in there and they would, they would see my real size. And, often I don't know, I just feel like people are comparing. And it's just the whole, what's important, is your entries and your exits, right? Especially the entries. The entry is the most important part, of trading by far, not even close. Because if you have good entries, okay, it's so much more easy to manage, okay, versus chasing 3 or 4 bars, and then getting caught up in the momentum and just buying, then because I like to use technicals for my uh, exits, and it's hard to do if you're chasing a bunch of bars because I'm trying to think of an example today, maybe what's been running. Try to see what. Well, it's like this path, I made some money on it earlier, made some decent money during this one, but I wanted, I made even though this was uh, pulling back and nasty and ugly, to me, it's still intact. The trend is still intact. You did break the 10, but you had the 20. But if you're chasing something way up here, then you're like, whoa, I can't, you know, where am I going to put my stop? If I put my stop at, like 3% or something like that, you're going to be getting getting out the next day. So size accordingly. Okay. You should never put a stop in just based on monetary money. Okay. It should be based technically. So buy the size according to where your stop's going to be. Yeah, UMAC still hanging on to that 13. Okay, Intel's trying to push through the 10-period moving average. Yeah, if this UMAC can just do a little bar reversal here, get above at 1350, man, it could be off to the races again. Hold on, Steve sending me somebody somehow is asking a question. Okay, Steve, yeah, send him an email. I can't. Yeah, I can't make sense of a lot of that. That'd be too hard for me to try to do. Uh, I'm sorry, y'all. Steve's trying to send me something, but I'm having a hard time making sense of it. Right, right. The AI, if you're talking about the AI and you're sim trading it, well, first of all, you can't auto trade it. So if you're in our system, okay, if you're buying market, you're basically you're paying the spread. So if you're looking at a stock and there's a 5 cent spread, you hit market, you're going to be filled at the ask. Okay. Uh, Now you can put limits in there. You can put limits prices in there, and you will get filled if this system recognizes that the bid is being hit and you have a certain amount of size. It does work that way. So don't feel like you have to do market. I think a lot of times just be patient. When it comes to AI. I think everybody just if I see something they like, they just pull it up and hit market buy, and sometimes that's not the prudent thing to do. Let's take a look for example, see if we can find some examples today. Okay, that's a pretty easy one right there. GTX, you probably shouldn't have. This was actually, you know, looks like to me even a pullback alert. So that one shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, I mean, here's a good one. This looks like a reentry. Yeah, this is a reentry. So Uh, first of all, in the very early morning, first 15-minute bar, I'm never buying typically then. I mean, I gotta really like something, and that's a tough spot. So maybe just be patient and look for your pullback. I mean, this thing came down and hit the 10 and the 5-day moving average. So there's other ways to play it. Don't feel like you just have to rush in and hit market buy on these things. AXTI, here's one where if you would have gotten it, right at the trigger, you would have been fine. If you had missed it and been patient, you could have it came back to the trigger several other times. So that's one where you could have worked either way. WKEY just recently went off, and this is one where you probably wouldn't have lost, too much on the spread there. I wouldn't think. Oh, the float's 5 million. Maybe you would, but once again, just this is where you could bid it. All right, let me. The best thing I could say is uh, I traded at my best when I was a day trader. When I was calm and patient and not just coming in Jones and just feeling like all over the place, and do some homework. Look. Even if you're a day trader, a lot of these stocks that I have on my list can just be, uh, if you just look at your levels. I'm trying to think of one. Well, basically, like that Dell. This is one from yesterday. Just when it goes through that level, and you had time. I mean, this one was one that opened up, 150, and a lot of times I'll anticipate it going through. Now, when it does in the very first 5 minutes of the day, it makes it very hard. But this is one where you probably should have just put it was such a critical level there, that you probably could have put a buy stop and something like that. Yeah, yeah, Stacy, that's a great idea. Turn the trade wave on. That can help you a lot. That's a great idea. I mean, uh, and find your niche. Don't feel like one of the toughest things to do is just to come in and like just okay, I'm just gonna look for the action, because what's happening to them, you really don't have a plan. You're just looking for stocks that are running, and a lot of times that gets you in trouble because you end up chasing and end up getting hurt. Uh, so Stacy makes a good point. There's a lot of people, that there's stocks that like I trade very well. I trade Path very well, even though it's a nasty little stock. I just know how it trades, and I trade it very well. Same thing goes with WRD. I mean, this chart is a mess, but I know how it trades, and these things have personalities, and you know, get familiar, with stocks that you trade well. Go back and look at your old P&L. I bet you, just your over the year, and you're going to see some stocks in there that you trade very well, and it's because you got a good feel for how those stocks trade. And I mean, momentum's great, but man, I, I know traders that would only trade one stock. They trade Apple, but they knew how to trade it and they would kill it, or Tesla, whatever it may be. But the key is finding a niche and focusing on that niche. China stock. I trade a lot of the China stocks really well. So okay, UMAC did do a bar reversal. That's a good thing. I added to that ONDS because I didn't know what the news was when UMAC took off, so I just went in and bought it. But I've already taken some profits, but I may have to just cut this if it goes to lows. A lot of this stuff is dying though. It's getting that time of day. It's BBAI. It's just yeah, it's kind of dead right now. Oh, what is this volume bar here? That's a big volume bar. Huh. I always like to watch after this one basically doubled the size of all the previous volume bars. So I always like to watch the price action after a big volume bar like that. So let's see if this is signaling anything. Yeah, level level two is nothing what it used to be. I mean, used to be, when we were back when I started, and late in the last century, uh, we'd watch level two all the time, especially before they went to decimalization. It was still, teenies you were trading where you could really pick off, stocks pretty quick. But uh, yeah, I don't think that works anymore. There's so much spoofing going on, and games. It's yeah, I think it's a lost art. Okay, look at I have to add some of this off that volume bar if it goes. All right, I added some of that 24. This is what happens a lot of times. By the time I get over here, I get worse price, a worse price. If this volume keeps up, you can see the 1 minute and 5 minute. So it's something's going on here. Maybe it just wants its destination. I don't know, but not far from highs. Yeah, back when you had to pay for it. Boy, Tesla, you that's some funny action after that big old beautiful bar yesterday. All right, Intel is definitely looking better. If it can get it could pop through that level. I already had one in there, didn't I? Gotta quit doing that. I'll put one down below in case it goes lower. Now I would get more aggressive with this thing if it went to highs on volume, but gosh, it just once again it's in kind of no man's land. You have a definitely have a big pivot level right here. You can see this 730 35 level is kind of a huge pivot level. So I'll probably just stick with what I have. NUEP. Oh, NUEP. I got an F in there. Oh, it's a pink sheet? Oh yeah, no, that's not it. NEUP. My bad. Yeah, it huge volume today. Yeah, I don't like it. I mean, it's under pressure. It's below its 10 period moving average. You're right. This has been an area of support. So maybe it can continue to be an area of support, but uh boy, I'd have to at least have this thing get back above this level. What was I looking at? Oh, let's see, still decent volume. This is going to be another actually good volume bar in this BBAI. And this does have a decent short flow, 32% plus. That's a great point you bring up, 3 Sharp. If you can't see a stock as a swing, you pass, and that's because you're looking for a good setup. Okay, so a lot of people pay too much attention to the intraday when it comes to day trading, and really you should be focusing a lot on the daily. Actually, more so on the daily, because if it's in no man's land, and that's why I'm having a hard time getting excited about BBAI, even though it's got some volume coming in. Uh, if I'm a big momentum player, I'm probably, not passing on something like this just because where's it going to go? It's going to run into a 20 period moving average and a huge pivot level right around the same area. So typically, if I'm looking for a trade, swing trade, I mean, maybe I think I probably played it over here. Uh, when it was setting up nicely, holding on to these 10 period moving average. I think I was in that day, but there's a setup for you to capitalize on a good setup and taking advantage of that good setup, because a lot of times when you do have a good setups, you get a nice first day move. Or I'm buying, potentially like I did yesterday off this 50 period moving average, where I'm looking, for a bounce. Very seldom would I take starting position, in someplace like this. It's just totally a no man's land. Now, and just because the difference between this setup and this setup, like if I'm looking at this setup right here, even though that day was ugly, this is the day we had that huge red bar in the Qs and spies, on the tariff news. This one still held its 10 period moving average. So I came in the next day really aggressive on this, because of the relative strength. And so when I'm looking at a setup like this, I'm probably going to take 3 times the size as I would when I'm buying on something, pulling back to a moving average. I may start out with 1/3 position, uh, but yeah, same thing like when you're nibbling at stocks in a bear market and you see some opportunity for a potential bounce. You never go in there with full size because you're probably going to get screwed around. Oh, that's nice, BBAI. Another volume bar though. Oh, you learned that from me and Steve, huh? Good. Siga worth watching. All right, let's take a look. I always like a hot tip there, Circle. Yeah, definitely is. Boy, look at that. It's wound up really tight. Stick an alert and forget about it. May have to go on my watch list for my trader eye for Monday if it doesn't go. Was today any sort of funky day like option expiration? No, option expiration was last Friday. Rebalancing or anything? Oh, perfect circle. I was cheering hard for you guys. I know Barry wouldn't like to hear that, which he's probably fixing to he probably did hear that because he's about to come on. Well, it's hard not to cheer for both of them. Man, Toronto has been forever. I guess Seattle's been a long time too. Great series though. Okay, Intel is poking its head up now. Oh, oh, that was brutal. That was. That may have been I think that may have been the toughest Super Bowl loss ever.
Amen to that.
Oh,
You know, it's funny, Andy. I'm a huge Seahawk fan.
I
I
know
love the
you are.
Seahawks,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I was in Boston. I That was the year I was living in Boston, and during
Oh,
that Super Bowl, and Patriots. I like the Patriots. I like Tom Brady, and all that. But of course, cheering my guts out for the Seahawks, and that was the
sure.
most ridiculous last play in history, as far as I'm
Oh,
concerned.
it was.
You just can't do that. You can't
Uh-uh.
do that.
No.
And
No.
so I had mixed emotions because I'm living in Boston, and there was like a roar I could hear around the city. I was just watching
Oh,
at home when that happened, and I'm going, "Oh man, okay, well I live in Boston. I better not be too gloomy." But jeez, that's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. But anywho, that's sports, isn't it?
that is sports. Yes. Yes.
And that's why
It
we
can,
love
oh
it. I
man.
mean, with well, you're probably I don't know how old you are, but I mean the agony and the ecstasy.
I'm right around your age, I think, Barry. Yeah,
Okay, so
so I'm not the
the
lead.
old the
Oh
agony
yeah.
and the ecstasy in
Oh
the
yeah.
60s or 70s, the ABC Wide World of Sports, and
Mm-hmm.
that's how it used to start. The agony and the ecstasy. Well, that
Oh,
was it right
agony of
there.
defeat, man. Yeah, he's
That's right. That's right. Anyhow, go Jays tonight. And I was just listening to. You probably don't get Siri? Oh yeah, I know you could get it, but I listened to Mad Dog Radio
oh
on
yeah.
Sirius XM with Christopher Mad Dog Russo. So he was interviewing all. He's up in Canada right now in the Rogers Center for the game, and interviewing all the Canadians, and trying to find a little bit about Canada and what we think about you guys. Anyway, enough of that. So anyway, Andy, thanks for
Yes.
taking over for
Well,
me, and
I
we'll
will
see you
be
next week.
cheering. I will be cheering for your
Okay, I like to hear
yeah,
that.
because
Okay,
I'm that big of a Dodger hater. So
Dodger hater. Okay,
mhm.
sounds good. Okay, Andy.
All right,
I'll
buddy. Yeah,
okay.
have a great weekend.
Yeah, we'll do.
All right. You're welcome, 3 Sharp. Everybody have a good weekend. Bye-bye.
Just waiting for Andy to leave so I can take over the. Here we go. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. Music's going. Just get rid of my announcement, and we're good to go. Boy, I missed the boat on the data vault. I mean, we talked about this one right around this area here, right around, well, even less, right around this 250 mark. And this kept ripping and ripping and ripping data vault. So it's taken out that high of 2 days ago, even. It's not a low float, according to us anyway, our provider. That is not a low float, 248 million. That is a massive move, 50% with that float. Hard to believe it's that float. All right, just looking at that window you put in for us, or that scan. Let's take a look at it. For NetTrader. Okay. Thank you, John's Grow. A NetTrader in the other room, John's Grow in the main room. Okay. So you like it, do you? Okay. See what it looks like. It's an alert window. Okay. So looking for stocks running up 50 cents, $20, 2.5 million shares. Volume is 100% of normal in 5 minutes. Got to be above the VWAP. And it's got, so these are kind of strange numbers, like 3.75%. So I think what you did is you went and looked at the stocks like us, right? Is that, and so this was sort of the number and the 1.3%. That's obviously what you did. If you're still, you might be in the other room now. Okay, how to save it in the cloud. So Magnus, are you asking how to take this? Are you talking about how to take that link that you see here and get it onto your screen? Okay, so here's how you do it. And that's my any of my links too in my on my homepage. Same idea. So if you click on the link, just click on the link, and you'll see it'll show up as a in this case in a new tab. And there's the link right there. See, the link is right there. So like most situations on in your browser, if you just left click on your mouse and then drag it to the left, and then so it's all highlighted. So now the link is highlighted, and now copy it. Control C, Control C. Now that link is copied, and then you just go up into the toolbar, File, Load from Cloud. Because think of it this way: when you've copied that link, it's in the cloud. Now you load it from the cloud. If you've done it correctly, notice that this ends in D3 F47, D3 F47. So if you have done it correctly, the link will already appear in here, and then just load it. Click on load, and then it's on your screen. Okay, popped on my other monitor, but there it is. Okay, let me know if that worked for you. Oh, Chris actually made it for you. Okay, I thought maybe you went into the stocks like. So let me know if that worked for you, who asked that question. Magnus. Well, okay. So now that it's on your screen, now you got to save it. Save it to your, now you, a couple things to do. Okay. Save it to your cloud now. When you have it on your screen, right click and save or share to cloud. Okay. Now, and then save it. So now it's also in your cloud now. So think of it this way. You got into the cloud, you loaded it from the cloud, but not your cloud. And now you're going to save it into your cloud. But if you want this, to be part of your layout, then just save when you exit Trade Ideas, at the, like, I'm assuming you have some kind of a layout up and running, Magnus. I mean, if you want to incorporate this as part of your layout, then you just leave it, put it wherever you want. I mean, you haven't had a chance to really look at it, I suppose, and then you just file, at the very least, file exit, and it's going to ask you, do you want to load this layout next time you load Trade Ideas? If you say yes, then it'll exit the program, and then when you load Trade Ideas again, your layout plus this will appear. You can also save. I will also save your layout to the cloud. File, save or share to cloud. Always good practice to do this. Okay. File, save or share to cloud, and you see where it says entire layout. So you could give it a name, whatever name you want. Magnus's first layout or my 930 layout. Some give it some name, and then you just save it. Now it's also in your cloud. The layout's in your cloud. Okay. You can also save it to your computer. File, save layout. When you save something to the cloud, it doesn't overwrite the previous layout. It doesn't overwrite if you've saved it before. It doesn't overwrite it. Okay, you'll have a duplicate of it, but it'll be time stamped. So, which is not the worst thing. I mean, if you make let's say you made a change to your layout, and then you save it to the cloud, and then you think, man, I'm not sure I really like this layout. as much as I like the other one. Well, you could go back into, file, load from cloud, and then everything is time stamped. You see? And so you could bring back a previous layout. That's the way the cloud works. Whereas if you, I'm not trying to confuse the issue here, but just giving you the options. And then, but if you file and then save layout as opposed to the cloud, then it's going to overwrite your layout, which is typically how most programs work, right? If you make a change and then you save the layout, means you wanted, you're overwriting the original layout, which is okay also if that's what you want to do. The other reason, though, to save things to the cloud is, yeah, you can name it locally. Yeah, you can change the name also if you want to. It's going to ask you, do you want to overwrite the layout, or you could have another name. You're right. But the reason to save things to the cloud, you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. So if you go and buy a new laptop, yeah, you download the program, but then all you have to do is file load from cloud. Okay. I think most people now understand how a cloud works. So you don't have to recreate everything from scratch every time you maybe put it on a different machine. Okay. Now you can only have trade ideas open one machine at a time. He's probably cringing when I call it a machine, but you can only have it open one unit at a time. Okay. But obviously, it saves you a lot of time. You don't have to recreate everything from scratch every time you, maybe buy a new laptop or maybe your desktop. I'm using a desktop computer. What if it just fails or something? I have to reformat everything. I get a pain, but I can excuse me. I can just reload from the cloud. Always good practice, though, to you create a scanner on your own. Look what I did with this one as an example. Okay, I've got this one loaded. I haven't looked at this one for, I don't know. I haven't had it up and running. Like I used to have this up and running, this compare count window, for several months, but it could be 1 or 2 years ago that I've actually used it like that. I brought it back today because somebody was asking me about market sentiment or something, and it was basically a compare count window. But my bottom line is that I saved it to the cloud, and I can always go back into the cloud, load from the cloud, and I can look at everything I've done in the past and say, oh, I wonder how this one is working now. I've got all these file types. I can designate either layouts or alert windows or top list windows or races, things like that. I can always bring something back that I may have created a long time ago and haven't used for a while, and just to see how it's working. So that's why you should save everything you do to the cloud. Okay, guys. So let's one last time for this week. I'll go over my homepage and all the information you can find. Not really, Magnus. We had a Discord room that was started, I don't know, a year or a year and a half ago, but we abandoned it. We almost went back to it because I thought the trading room had something had happened, but it was my computer. Now that my computer has been fixed, thermal pasted, we're all good. Give me a moment as I get my homepage. All right. So clicking on my homepage link, as always, at the very top, here is a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas using my promo code, Mary15. Now that'll get you 15% off, 15% off, first month only or the entire year. And it doesn't matter whether it's a premium subscription or a standard subscription. Okay. I'm not even sure why it says it like this. So standard subscription or a premium subscription, you'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And all I ask, use my code, whatever it is. It'll always be the best discount that we have on right now. So use my code. It helps to keep the rooms free. The company tracks the use of the promo code. So if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. Scroll down and keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week. It is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up and you don't think you're getting it before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It could be there. Next, before I keep doing this though, for those of you on YouTube, some of you people who are on YouTube, you may not know, we do have what I call a more robust trading room. Okay, there are more action in this trading room, more interaction amongst traders. So you can always come into this room. And in fact, when I leave, sometime between usually 2 and 2:30 Eastern time, the main room, the trading room is still open, not the YouTube room. I have to shut that down completely. The other room is open usually. William, I'm not sure what time. You may have already told me, maybe 3:30 today, or maybe not. You'll let me know, of course. But you can always come into the main room. And you can come into the main room forever if you want. You can always stay in YouTube if that's what you want to do, but just let you know there is a more robust room. And it's free. The same thing, it is free. Now, if you're looking for before we do that, you clicked on my homepage link. Let's say you have taken out a subscription. First thing to do is this, getting started with Trade Ideas. 12 short videos to get you started, okay? It's mandatory. That is the first thing you should do. Not should do, must do. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about Trade Ideas, is this the type of program I might want to try? What I would do is start off on that second video and go to the end. Again, they're very short videos. That should make up your mind, at least if you'd like to try us for a month. Okay. There's no contract that you're signing if it's on a month-to-month basis. Okay. So you can always cancel, but it should give you a good enough idea about whether or not this is the type of program you might want to try. If you're new to trading, series of videos free for you if you're new to trading right here. Back to basics. And if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down and here they are. So this is this type of scans I'm sharing right now. Some of them, I do have like that compare account window. I don't have it on here. If you wanted it, you can just ask me. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. But as you can see, I have several that I'm not displaying. They're not on my other monitor, but you can always take a look at them. Have any questions about them? Just feel free to ask. $3:30. Okay. So we'll keep the room open after I leave today. I remember I have to shut down YouTube completely, but the main room will still be open. Nobody's on the mic and no screen sharing, but there's still lots of action in the room. So William will keep the room open till 3:30. Yeah, zero. William, zero. Just a minute, please. Okay. All right, guys. Whoa, here's a big pop here for XNCR. Volume coming in 663,000. I mean, not a ton of volume, but I mean, you can see it. It's definitely a lot more than the previous 2-minute bars. So some volume coming into XNCR. I don't know when this news first hit, but I'm seeing this at 12:30. Oh, I see 12:30. I don't know if that's when the news hit. Obviously, it's past 12:30 now, but this is this company presenting initial data for its drug. That was at 12:30. This is what I'm seeing on my news in Interactive Brokers. I don't see anything earlier than that. So this might be a bit of what happened at 12:30. Yeah, no big reaction really until now. No, Obi, I'm sorry. It's been moved up the ladder. Neg again, NEGG. Boy, that was an incredible one up and an incredible one down. This got all the way up to this, how many weeks ago? Say a couple of months ago, up to 137, came all the way back down to $31. And then, yeah, so the week high, how many weeks ago? Well, that was the week of August 25th. The week of August 25th was a high of a little over 100. Very low float. I mean, 3.75 million in the float. When it was up at 100, I mean, the spread was probably crazy. Yeah, I don't have shorts today anyway. I think I had them earlier, not today necessarily, but look at the fee rate, 892%. When I say earlier, I'm talking about these, back in this day. I think I may have had shorts available. Mm, shorted, and so back in August. So you shorted NEGG calls, yeah. Because it moves so fast that just a minute, please. Give me one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. What? Okay, so what are the credentials to have? Well, first of all, your broker has to allow. I guess it has to be a. I should know all this, but I don't. Every broker is going to be different, though, Steve. Okay, I mean, I have Interactive Brokers. I've never had it, but I'm in Canada. I know there's different rules in Canada. I've never had an issue. I think you might have to have a margin account or something. That's about all I know. So, but every broker can be different. And of course, the other thing is, do they have shorts available? I mean, that's an obvious. Right there, they're telling me they've got. This is for the RPay as an example. There are a million shares available. So I could, if I wanted to, short RPay if I wanted to. But I can't tell you how. Like, I don't know what in the States. Remember, I don't think it's been changed yet. You still have to have 25,000. But yeah, because I don't even know if I don't know. I can't because I'm not in the States. Somebody else can maybe answer that question. I think the 25,000 is broker to broker, but regarding having like the ability to short, yeah. So you still need that 25,000, but if you don't go margin but again, I don't know about shorts. I don't know about shorts. If you have to, if you, I, better find. You have to find out from your broker really. Yeah, I wish this had more room. I mean, this is a nice little break over $6 as NUAI, but a few days ago it did get up to about 622. So for me, there's just not enough room. If the next high looking left was say 7 or something, I'd be all over this right now. But it's just too close for me. Now it doesn't mean this is going to stall it, of course, but it's just the way I look at things. It's looking. This is one I had a nice trade on yesterday. Was the CLSK guys? Really nice trade on the CLSK. It is now taking out the whole number again. The next high looking left is 2039. So there's certainly some room. It's been basically positive all day. A few little jogs. Here's another one. What happened to Ampy? Yeah, Ampex won a race, and another one just over the whole number of 13. Now, what's the net? Yeah, see, the next high is 1328. Way too close for me, anyway. Depends what you mean by daily breakout. I mean, it's hard. Well, I mean, sometimes a stock is broken out right at the beginning of the day. Okay, well, swing trades, yeah, I'm the wrong person for that. I don't know if you went over and listened to Andy between 12 and 1. You should. Okay, so I mean, he's more of a swing trader, so I don't know if he was able to kind of give you some ideas, but also, I'm sure he must have told you that we do have in our toolbar, or did he? Click on in our toolbar, click on new, and then dock channel bar. Oh, okay. Well, watch what I do. So click on new from the toolbar, and then click on docked channel bar, not channel bar, docked channel bar. Okay. This is going to appear. If you now click on show more. So he may have gone over the Trader Eye, which is, swing ideas, but you can also take a look at swing picks. Okay, look at swing picks. I would look at that maybe first because it's kind of laid out for you. When you click on swing picks, you'll get a blurb like this. Now, if you don't see this, it's possible that it's tucked in behind. In other words, sometimes that people say, "Well, I didn't see it." It could be tucked in behind. Okay, but this is what it is, and so every week, I think they're released Sunday night. If you went to that channel Sunday night, certainly Monday morning, and you will see we have some swing picks with a suggested entry and a suggested stop. Okay, with a little blurb about it, why it's interesting, risk considerations, etc. Okay, you can take a look at that. Don't ask me how they've done. I don't swing trick. I don't swing trade. So that's one thing to look at. But what would be your settings, Magnus? What would be your settings? You could also, I mean, if you went to that Trader's Eye, you can see what the settings are just to see what they look like. You go down here and Trader's Eye, because these are Andy's curated swing picks and swing trade watcher. So, I mean, this is if you right click on this and click on configure. I'm sorry, if you right click on it and uncheck show tree map. Okay, and now here's the top list. This is the top list that's generating it. So you could right click on it and configure. Now you can see what it's looking at. Well, okay, not much. But these were from before. Maybe do this one. This is a, but you can see right here. Take a look at this one, the trade swing watcher, and now open the top list. Let's see what it looks like. Maybe he's saving it for himself. Anyway, I think it might be a symbol list then or something. I wonder if it's a symbol list. Yeah, it's possible it's a symbol list that he creates. I mean, I don't look at this at all, so it's possible it's a symbol list that he creates. So you cannot, yeah, you won't be able to see the symbols. I mean, you can see them here, but you won't be able to see his adjustments or anything like that. So we don't have EMAs, Magnus, number one. Okay, five. We have SMAs, but we don't have EMAs. Well, then you can kind of create your own if you want. I mean, quarter growth. I mean, if you're talking fundamentals, you can create your own. I'm going to take this alert window and I'm going to click on search. Okay, search. And then you see where it says category. It's a drop down. So fundamentals. So if you're looking for fundamentals, so you talked about quarter growth. I think we have some, but here are all the fundamental ones we've got. Quarterly revenue growth, as an example. I mean, you can create your own. There's no magic. I mean, well, I shouldn't say magic, but I mean, it's up to you what you think is important, fundamentally wise. Okay, but here's how you can build your own. We don't have EMAs, but we do have SMAs. So I mean, if you're talking, you're talking about an SMA over because what you might think, what somebody else might have created something, but you might go, well, I don't like that one. I don't like, in terms of fundamentals, I don't care about this, and that. So that's why you should start to build your own based on what you think you want to see. As far as EMAs are, you say we don't have EMAs, but we do have SMAs. Okay, so you're talking swing. So I mean, there's a way in which you could say, here's the 200 SMA. I know we've got some of the 50. Where are they? This is crazy. Maybe we only have the changes here, but we do have the data points for the SMAs. Okay, so you could create a custom formula that said, for instance, maybe the 5 SMA greater than the 20 SMA, something like that. I'm not sure we have the 5, but so you can do things like that. But if you're more interested in the fundamental aspect of it, take a look at the fundamentals and pick and choose which ones you want. Oh, that's why you were putting in. Try to put them in caps. Who put that in there? I wasn't sure. Somebody put MAMA. What was it in caps? So Matchmaking Inc. What do they do? Holding company engaging in the manufacture of customized consumer goods. Oh, I see. Sort of like marketing. Okay, just like it. Okay, so it just got halted. And it got halted again. It just got halted again. Or maybe this was the first time. Maybe this was the first time. So let's see where it could open. This is the time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, the blue screen, nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This is well, you can see the symbol. Sometimes the symbol doesn't show up, but there's the symbol MAMK. Halt price of 555, and this column trying to show you maybe where it could open. So if you were fortunate enough to get into this before it got halted, you're looking pretty good. If it opens, what you want to see obviously is a number greater than the halt price, and right now you are. Doesn't have to persist. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. So over the course of 5 minutes, you can see already this number is fluctuating. Give me a moment, please, guys. Need a water refill. Just give me a moment. Why do this prices still fluctuate during? Well, it's not the halt price is always the same. Okay, but where it could open can fluctuate because the depends on what sort of bid and ask they're getting, and the market makers are playing around, and but the halt price remains the same, of course. But this is just trying to give you a clue as to where it could open. what's happening. Are people? It's all really to do with the market makers here. Well, that's why, because there's games. Yeah. So as William says, there's people putting in and then canceling bids and offers. So I could put in a bid. I could put in a bid right now at 610. Okay, and then I yank it, so it moves down. So it's the sort of games that are being played. All right, guys, 140. So getting close to end of the week for me. Yeah, 1.8 million in the float for MAMK. So anything can happen when this thing opens. If it is a 5 minute halt. If the 5 minute halt, it'll open in about 15 seconds. Okay, so let's see. Should open right now if it's a 5 minute halt. So you can see right now it's going to be longer than a 5 minute halt. So if it's not a 5 minute halt, typically they are multiples of five. So that would be a 10 minute halt. Because all I'm looking at, it was halted at 135 plus 49 seconds. So I was looking at the 140 plus 49 seconds on my clock, my computer clock, and past that. So again, typically they are 10 minute halts. Sorry, a multiple of five. So the next, more than likely, then this is going to open at 145 plus 49 seconds. Now the issue can be, I mean, if you're in a halt like this, you gives it more time. In theory, it can give it more time to start decreasing this price. Of course, it could increase. Here's a sort of a sleeper. This happened when I was on my break. Don't normally get alerts from our AI. Know, in the noon, like noon, 12 o'clock on. We don't usually get too many. But we did get one here, WT. And the entry price, the entry alert was 992. You can see right there. That was at 1206. So this Fluence has been very, very active stock, to say the least. So Fluence now, there is two highs looking left around just a little under $20. So there's plenty of room for this one if it wants to run. You can see the volume came in, so it's just over the whole number. So this could be an interesting late day type of a trade. Volume came in, and it's got room looking left. Oh my goodness, William. Of course, he's talking about Florence, but you would have been in the old days. You would have been a good. What was it called? The Borscht Belt or the in the Appalachians, the groaning comedians. All right, guys, Fluence. Why not? FLNC. Time is it now? 1:45. The volume is persisting. Okay, so MAMK opened and it opened at 585 and now just surging up to 630. Probably going to get halted again. I can tell it's going to get halted again. How? Because there's no way it's going to be a penny spread. Okay. No way, no way, no way. Don't do me wrong. It's going to get halted. There you go. Not on something that it only has 1.8 million in the float and it is super active. When you see the spread just turning into a penny, you almost can rest assured it's going to get halted again. No opportunity for me anyway to get into it. You too, Johns Grow / Net Trade One. Why don't you just stay in this room? How about this for a groaner? I'm trying to influence this a little bit higher. How's that, William? Is that past muster? Not past the mustard. Was there ever going to be a doubt about that, William? Come on, go, go. All right, guys. Well, we got about maybe for me about 15 minutes left. So If you've got questions, now's a great time to ask them. It's funny, we talked about, well, not funny, but we talked about the buy and sell flags. And this is the chart I use for. I'm going to check to see there's nothing going crazy here. This is the chart I use when I do my video. Okay, and I can see the buy and sell flags there. No, I don't know. I don't know, William. So let me just see. I want to see if there's anything different here. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to check this. No, everything looks exactly the same. Now I know what I could do. I could take this chart and, of course, just use this one. For some reason, the buy and sell flags are showing on here, and I don't see any difference between what I my settings here and the ones that I have here. I don't see any difference whatsoever. Really interesting. Maybe the charts are corrupted, or these charts. Maybe they're just kind of corrupted or something. Here you go. This is my the 2 minute up here. All right, FLNC, I'm going to give you just a little bit longer. I'm slightly underwater on this one. I want to see if it's at least back up to 1916. You know, if I'd been in this down here around 1877 and this was happening, I would have taken some off, but I would have kept it. I would have kept some because the cloud has not turned orange. My problem is, of course, I'm not I'm not in it down here. Yeah, I'll do that once yeah, once I retire from the room today, I will yeah. It's just a little I'm trying to see what I've got here. If I want them to be the same, so what have I got here? Yeah, the only thing I've got on here is this blue line. I can't remember what it is. Some kind of an indicator, I guess. The purple is the VWAP. Yeah, so yeah, all I have to do is just shut these three down and just duplicate them. Yeah, I'll do that once I'm done. I only have another 5 minutes or so anyway. So well, the news on the news on this one. Was there news? I can't remember if there was news on this. Yeah, you told me what the news was, right, William, regarding MAMK. You say there was some news. Oh, you didn't see it. Okay. No news that we can find, Nihan, in our YouTube room. No news that we could find regarding MAMK. Yeah, halted on the way down now. Yep. So SNDX had FDA approval. Okay. Oh, this is for news. Halted because of news. Okay. Well, that's going to be well, assuming it's good. So this is the news. Oh yeah, it's good. Has approved. So this, I see. Yeah, I'm sorry. I kept reading. So it's approval. So wonder where this is going to open. Can't tell. This is not the same as a volatility halt. So you don't generally get, as far as I can remember, in this column here, you don't get where it could open when it's a news halt. But when it comes out of that halt, look at this daily chart. Very choppy. All right, guys, I took a loss on the FLNC. It did not move up enough. I had a little gain in it, but I wanted more. So that's probably it for me now in terms of trading. Well, I almost guarantee it is. All right, guys. Well, getting close to 2 o'clock. So if there are no more last minute questions, then I'm probably going to take off. So first, I want to thank everybody for all the help all week, as always. Much appreciated. The main room will open at 6:45. Sorry, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, Monday morning. Of course, I'll try to get the YouTube room open sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. I'll get on the mic at 9 for both rooms. William says he'll keep the main room open until 3:30 ish today. I do have to shut YouTube down completely. So if you want to head over to the main room, just click on my homepage link. So click on my homepage link and scroll down a little bit on the right hand side. Right there, here is the trading room. Okay, it will still be open till about 3:30. Okay, everybody, have a great weekend, and we'll see you Monday morning. So I'm putting myself on mute now in the main room and stopping the screen sharing. Oh, oh, okay. Let me try that. Go to indicators, click edit. Okay. Edit, click on tray wave at the top. Okay. Click revert and save. Okay. Let's get a new chart up. Was I supposed to see a buy flag? Let me do it again. Indicators. Boy, it's not. Yeah, you're right. I am muted. Well, I was talking to myself. Okay. So let me start again. Okay. So go to indicators. Click on edit. Click on trade wave. Why is it all highlighted? That's the problem. I'm trying. I'll go to this one. Indicators. This is terrible. I know edit is there. Okay. Trade wave. Click revert. Revert. Click on save. Okay. X out of this. There's a buy flag. Okay. Maybe there was one over here, but it was a lot earlier. All right. So that helped, obviously. So I don't have to recreate it. I don't have to change my charts. I wonder why. What did it revert to? But let me see here. I want to see on this one. Yeah, back. Okay. Well, thank you as always. I don't think the person. But why did that happen? I wonder. Who knows, right? Yeah, considering my other chart was fine. Okay, now I'm heading out. Okay, guys, thanks a lot, Pepe. At the last, thank you. Okay, guys, muting myself now and stopping the screen sharing. And YouTubers, I've put so if you've, I put my link in, so that was plenty of time if you did want to head over. So I'm going to end the stream right now.